Take that. That sounded ominous.
Yeah, what you growling, Bob? My belly. That's fruit rolls.
All right,
Talking here, we all ready
we're ready?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Mary, we're ready. Want to open the meeting? No, we're starting.
Everybody hear me all right? I'd like to welcome everybody to our budget retreat. And hopefully we'll get through this good today, and everybody will get what they're asking for and what they need. And what Berlin Myers used to always tell me, you're not gonna get what you want. But, you know, since this is my last budget retreat, I hope you get what you want. But anyway, I hope we'll have a good retreat, and we'll keep it calm, and Lisa and Rhonda and Beth have worked very hard to make this retreat, working with y'all to be a success for the town in the coming year. And you know, and that's what we want to do. That's what council wants to do, is to back y'all serve the public. All we do is sit up there and try to give you what you need to do the job. And according to Mr. McIntosh, is he here yet? He's not here yet. We got plenty of money. So hopefully we can spend this money that he's talking about, that I wish he was here. I don't want to talk behind his back, so I'm not gonna say that now. I'll talk when he gets here. But if we got the money he says we got, we can do just about anything we want to do. So, you know, we can, oh man, Amy, you just don't know what kind of playgrounds we can build. But anyway, I'll let us go right on into our retreat. And if you got any questions, you division directors, please bring them up. If you got any needs that you might have not have got in your budget that you found out, you absolutely have to have. Don't sit back and not say you got to have it and don't ask for it. This is the place you need to ask for it. Well, Lisa can jot it down, and then we'll see if we can't work it in somehow or another in the first part of the coming year, or maybe in the remaining part of this year. So if something's come up since you've worked on this, don't be afraid to bring it up, or sit back and then bring it up after you get back and start your daily routine, because then you got to wait on the next council meeting or something else. It gives them time to study, because I know that does happen. It happened to me when I was fire chief. So, you know, anything that you didn't get down that comes back up, bring it up at this meeting. This is the time to do this. The time that you've got to spend with your council, all of us. So, you know, be sure and do that. And I'd like to say, welcome to all of you. It's a time that we can all get together and bring out what you need. And I hope, I know you've done a good job at putting these things together. So we'll go ahead and get started. I'll turn it over to Lisa. And thank you very much. Thank all of our staff that worked on this project.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we are going to try to follow the same format that we did last year, which is Wanda's going to go over some of the history and trends over the last 5 to 7 years. And then she's going to go over the revenues in some pretty fun detail. And then you'll have an opportunity to hear from all of the department heads who will go over their specific budget requests for the year. And then, of course, we'll have some time for open discussion at the end of the meeting. But before we get started, I did want to take a minute to express my appreciation to all of the department heads this year. everybody really dug deep into their budgets and found areas that we could cut. And so I really, really appreciate that. And of course, Dan and Rhonda, who spent hours and hours and hours really crunching numbers, getting us to this budget that we are presenting today. So I think it's a good budget. I hope you all will agree. And with that, I think we'll go ahead and get started. So we'll turn it over to Rhonda.
Good morning. Again, I do want to echo what Lisa said. Thanks to everybody in this room. It's definitely a group project. And I know that everybody's needs aren't totally addressed here, but hopefully by the time we get finished budget retreat, we'll have a good working model. I wanted to highlight a few accomplishments of the year, and I know that probably there's many more than this, but these were just a few. The police was able to implement 30% of their new pay scale, which we were happy about. They seized 396 illegally possessed firearms. I think in today's environment, kudos to your staff. Finance along with HR implemented ADP. This was really a great move for the town. A whole full year of 2022, I think we got things streamlined. It went well. The town was really at risk, having only one person who knew how to do payroll when I walked in the door. I am not responsible for choosing ADP. It was already in the works when I got here. I was very thankful for that. But I think it certainly made things smoother, and it's increased the recruitment activity, I think, tremendously. So hopefully you're able to get some good employment applications. Engineering got Maple Street extension kicked off. The fire department completed their 4896 shift change. Happy employees, I believe, and a succession plan for the fire chief. The legal department handled 327 FOIA requests. I just want to say, wow. I don't.
I didn't do
That
was scary.
Dan, outside of normal grind, maintenance has been changing out engines and doing rear end work. Okay. I think Parks and Rec ran 293 programs with over 23,000 participants, 29% and 38% growth in the sports. That's awesome. Planning annexed 11 properties totaling 65 acres. I think that is awesome. And our citizen committees, which I don't think we actually, realized that, they review 200 applications, and all those have to go through planning for them to review. So good work on that. Stormwater has a back truck operating, has an operator making a difference. Citizens are happy. Street stores demand a new neighborhood with their present staff. Kudos to Mark for finding efficient ways to do that. The building department, they have so many projects, I couldn't even list them all, but they have managed in several large commercial properties, apartment complexes, between helping with approvals and inspections. That's a big job. Anything else anybody want to add?
You didn't mention that we're up to date with our audits
Well, I might be
for
kind
3
of,
years.
that might be kind of like having a baby. I'm really trying to forget some of it. Thanks.
Good response.
Current projects underway, Fire Station 6 underway on schedule, May, June. The configuration of the Dominion building to provide efficient staffing space. Midland Parkway project, Midtown TIF, Maple Street Extension, Oak Brook TIF, Ashley River Preserve, the Laurel Street Pickleball Project, Cedar Street Extension Design, and West First North Street Sidewalk. I know there are plenty more projects. We have a lot of stuff going on, but those are just a few to highlight what we're working on. All right, just a little bit, Terry, since you talked about all those audits that we did, but we've had a lot of turnover in staff in all different areas in the town. Short year audit, we just had a lot of things. So I just wanted to go back and kind of and listen to the conversation among you all. I wanted to kind of just talk about some of our history as far as our budget. These are our budgeted expenditures since 2017. And yes, they've grown. you can't just look at these numbers as this is what we spent. Some of them include capital expenditures, some of them don't. So, I didn't go back and analyze exactly what was included in all. I do know in 2022 at 43 million, that was a lease purchase in there. So that was, several $1 million that amped up our expenditures that aren't normal operating expenditures. And I wanted to kind of mention some of the things that our budget covers. First of all, employee resources. We don't sell anything. We don't sell anything. We sell service, and our people are what really accomplishes that. Our public safety, serves our citizens. So that is our biggest expense. That's our biggest resource. Other things is liability, equipment, building insurance. We pay like $1 million, a little $1 million for our insurance annually. Energy costs for streetlights, software and technology costs, fuel costs, education and training, vehicle maintenance, professional fees, uniforms and safety equipment. A lot of those items, we don't really have a lot of control over those expenditures. I can't really call, we can have some input in our insurance, changing our deductibles, looking at our coverages, making sure we don't have anything covered that it's not valuable or that we don't own anymore. But I can't call the insurance company and tell them that we don't really want to pay that much. So those are things that we don't have any control over. So our operating budget is really very small. $8-9 million. And, you've got a couple of million in here that we don't have any control over. So just kind of wanted to highlight that. Any questions? And I'm free to answer any questions. You can stop me anytime. So as we talk about employees being our greatest resource, I wanted to give you a little bit of history. This is a rough estimate. I retrieved most of this from my predecessor's file that kind of outline our number of employees and the departments in which they reside. This is not exact, but it gives you just kind of a rough idea. And the town has grown. Town's grown. Chief Wright said a million times that, it's not just our town, but it's the surrounding areas that make our town big and requires the resources that we employ. Any questions? Any department heads want to say no? So as we talk about employee costs, I just wanted to give you some perspective on that as well. So in 2022, among all departments, all funds, everything, we paid out roughly $21 million in wages. Our costs associated with that, there's FICA, there's retirement, and there's health insurance. Retirement and health insurance have risen. I think retirement has risen 7% since 2017. I don't know if you remember, but the state was kind of underfunded in retirement. So they said we have to do something about this. So the first year they increased their contribution rate 2%, and then it's been 1% each year since then. I think this year is the first year it's going to be level. They should be doing pretty good with the interest rate at this point. The insurance costs. In 2018, we had 732 bodies on our insurance plan. We have 825 at this point. And insurance, as you know, continues to increase. This includes, like I said, positions funded by grants and other funds. So this is not just general fund, but just want to give you, an idea of what the magnitude that we're managing when we're managing employee costs. So this brings us to our goals. Lisa and I talked about this, and of course, our first goal is that we want to be efficient and we want to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. That is certainly our first goal. We want to keep our wages competitive. You've heard from many department heads of the surrounding areas and the increases that they're getting that we haven't really addressed. Think and went back and looked. I believe our COLAs have been like 2% for the last 6 or 7 years, is what information that I was able to research. We wanted to be able to fund capital. As you know, last year, we weren't able to fund capital in our budget. So, recurring capital is really an ordinary business expense that needs to be funded every single year. And the last one is we wanted to maintain current millage. And I don't mean maintain current millage and spend all the money we have. I mean, maintain current millage in an environment of rising costs. And that's a big challenge. So I'll just talk about millage, right off the bat. This is math, and I'm sorry, it might not be exciting to all of you, but this is kind of a recap of what our, tax portfolio, if you will, looks like. It's got the 3 counties, Berkeley, Charleston, and Dorchester. And most of the counties don't have updated numbers for this coming year. They can give me some estimates. So this is based on last year. I don't really see a tremendous amount of growth. So I just wanted to kind of show you that we've got roughly in real estate, 234 million in assessed value across the 3 counties, which results in approximately a little over $15 million. Now, I do want to just explain a little bit on a high level what local option sales tax does. So we collect local option sales tax for Berkeley and Charleston counties because they have that. Dorchester does not. So it lowers the tax for those citizens in those counties. The way it works is I'll figure out a ratio. All those local option sales tax that we receive, 71% has to go back to citizens on their tax bill. So I'll compute a ratio, whether it's 0.12, whatever it might be. If those counties experience a lot of growth, that ratio is applied to everything. So we could, it's not as big a number for us, but we could end up rebating more money than we actually receive. Again, that's more of a problem for Charleston and Berkeley because their numbers are bigger. Our numbers aren't bigger, so our margin of error there is a little smaller. But that really comes off of our taxes that we get. We get that another line item in the budget. Vehicles, about 24 million. That seems to be pretty stable. There doesn't seem to be a lot of growth and movement in that. And then you have other totals about 17 million. So roughly, I was expecting about 16.3. That comes out to what I kind of estimated in the budget, and it's pretty consistent with where we are this year. Wanted to highlight a couple other things. These are the values of the Oak Brook and the Midtown Tip. So properties in those areas, we will not see a dime of growth in those areas for the next 20 years. And those areas account for 21% of our millage at this point, of our assessed value. So I think I did a calculation. If you were estimating 2% growth across the town, 0% growth in that, you're really looking at about 1.5% on a weighted average. So that's just something to be aware of. We can't expect a lot of growth because those areas we don't get money on. It goes to the county or either to us to pay the bond. The hospital had some tremendous improvements, over the last couple of years. It's all in the Oak Brook Tip. We will not get any tax dollars on those improvements. So just wanted to, sometimes that gets lost, and I just want to make sure that you understand that. Also, I just computed an average residential.
Well, let me ask you something on those additions to the hospital. We don't get any money, but we get a percentage of that tip. Right.
Depends on the district, right?
For whatever was agreed upon, and with the Aspen River Preserve, the 2 million. 2 million.
So we get 2 million of that tip.
For a
For that
specific
part.
purpose, yes.
So,
Yeah.
and that's all we get.
That's all we get. Now, if the growth is more than what was expected in the model, the tip will be paid off sooner and we'll recoup some money at that point.
And then at the end of the tip, we start getting taxes on the whole thing.
Right, at the end of the tip. That's correct. That's correct. But as we're making projections now, we have to consider, 20% is 20%. We have to make sure we understand that we're not going to get any growth year over year in that for a while.
Yeah.
The average.
You get what you were getting, you don't get the growth.
we don't get to grow. Yeah, it's flat in those two areas. And I'll show you a map in a minute. The average residential assessment on a house, 225,000, at 4%, 66 mils is $594 a year. That sounds like a deal for police and fire protection team. And I believe that does help on insurance, on somebody's hazard insurance and stuff like that when you're in the town, with our coverage. Any other questions about that? Okay. So I wanted to show you what the TIF looks like as far as, you know, a part of the town. This is the Oak Brook TIF, the green shaded areas, or the town of Somerville. So those are the areas that, that may grow, and I'm sure they will grow with all the money that the county put in from this TIF. So those are the areas that we will not see any tax revenue growth from. Next one down. And this is the Midtown, so, same thing. We'll be getting what's there now, but it's certainly lower than the Oak Brook TIF. We will get that level, but we won't get any increases in that. So all that development, obviously, on the Berlin G, will go, those tax revenues will go to pay the TIF. Good morning. So I just wanted to start with, so I just did FY 23, just to show you, we looked at this graph a few months ago, one of our finance committee, because this year's budget doesn't look terribly different, but it looks about the same. But this is kind of where we started from last year. I feel like we're going to meet the target. Just want to kind of highlight those. Next up. And this is where our audited FY 22 numbers came in, overlaid on our budget of FY 23. So they're pretty consistent. Latest income is the sale of real estate and the lease purchase revenue that they had to put in, which is kind of misleading, but anyway. Any questions on that?
Quick question.
Certainly.
The licenses section seems to be very different than what actual versus projected for this year.
Yes,
What's the reason for that?
the business licenses had increased a good bit in 2022.
Okay.
And part of that, which we don't really know how that's gonna fall out, is that the year changed from April to May. Yeah, so back up a month. So what I was worried about in 22 is that some of the revenue we got in July, and then we got all the rest of the revenue through June 30th, that some of that money in July was kind of double dipping as far as 2 years of revenue.
Okay.
So it just, the overlap in the way our year split. So, so yeah, it did increase a lot. Of course, and then everybody getting back to normal, businesses are good, business licenses, taxes are computed on revenue. So, and that's a factor too. Okay, next.
The other thing is the audited licenses from 21 and 22 actually didn't increase very much at all. The numbers on the budgeted for 22 were just wrong, but that predates you and Ms. Wallace.
Okay.
They were just, I mean, we took a 20-minute break in a council meeting. We were voting on the budget, and your predecessor and Ms. Wallace's predecessor came back with brand new numbers that were millions and millions apart, both on projections for licenses and property taxes.
Okay.
We really didn't have a budget.
Well, and I had a little trouble making all the numbers work when I was trying to submit.
It was impossible to made up numbers.
Anyway, okay, next slide. I'm taking this one, I'm overlaying what I proposed for FY 24. So you've got budget 23, actual 22, and then the white line is where I am as far as my projections for FY 24. So licenses and taxes, I'm a little lower on building permits and some of that too. Last year, when we were in budget retreat, we didn't really know what the economy was gonna do. Fuel costs were high. We were a little afraid that building was gonna really slow down. I think it slowed down for a little bit, but it seems to be normal. I wouldn't say it, crazy like it has been, but Don, you're still, I mean, you're busy and you're still seeing everything's going on. So I think the business environment has normalized to higher interest rates and they're, the models change, but they're figuring out how to make it work. Local option sales tax, I'm sorry. See. Lost revenue. You found it.
For our county, it's accurate.
So yeah. Any other questions on that? Just a little visual depiction of where we are. Okay. So again, these are actuals for FY 22 and proposed for FY 24. Now, unfortunately, in the middle of the year, I can't really give you exactly where we're gonna be this year. I think we're on target, but I do think FY 22 is kind of a good measure, at least to see you're in the ballpark. Two pie charts that kind of depict where we are. Thank you, Chris, for creativity.
On the business licenses, what did we budget for 23, and are we tracking with that? I mean, are we on track to meet our budget for business licenses?
I think so. This is a big month. I think Dan said for business licenses, we were at 3.5 million or something this so far this year. So
So in month.
yeah, unfortunately, there are some big categories that we just really don't know until this last couple of months. Okay. So you have in your book the detail of the general fund revenue. And it gives actual and it does give budget for the last 2 years. I feel like this is somewhat conservative, but I wanted to also, give us the opportunity, especially on business licenses, because I was very conservative last year because I didn't know, bump that up a little bit. Because we want to, obviously we want to spend what we're collecting for the benefit of the taxpayers in our current year. We don't want to save money. We want to spend it and get services out to our citizens. So I think I'm gonna break it down into sections so we can talk about it a little bit more. But you have the comprehensive list in your binder. Now, we'll say, before we leave this screen, this is the second screen. So $39 million, a little of $39 million from operating revenue, is what I'm projecting for this year. Transfers in, we increased hospitality tax from 3 million to 3.5 million. State accommodations tax, 70, those seem to be increasing. And transfer from stormwater is 300,000. We really don't have any ARPA funds to transfer this year. And sanitation, because of the new contracts and some other things we'll discuss later, we don't really have any available revenue transfers to the general fund. So we're looking at just a little over 43 million as far as revenue. Yep. Okay, so I was just gonna talk about the sections and let you ask questions. Again, property taxes, these are very, very close to what we are collecting this year. Little bump, but not much, rounded up. I think last year I did not get homestead taxes in the right bucket. I was kind of including that all in one. That actually gets remitted from the state separately. So kind of wanted to track that, but it is all part of the same 66 mils. Again, vehicles pretty much stay the same. There doesn't appear to be that much change in vehicles. And Bill, we talked just earlier, right before you got here, about the whole millage calculation and the components of it. You have a schedule in your book too. Any other questions on taxes? So licenses and fees, cable TV franchise fees, we've talked about that at various meetings. That's not necessarily going up. Cable TV, people are getting rid of that. I don't really expect that to go up. Electric and gas. I'm hoping that that's gonna go up a little bit this year. You know, when Dominion took over, they reduced their rates initially. So that kind of reduced our franchise fees that we were getting from them, but it did bump up a little bit last year. And I'm hoping that this year it's gonna bump up too. I was not able to, they can't really give me a number ahead of time. I had called Tammy before. They have a, they can't really do that until they get their information. Business licenses, I did bump that up to 6.2 million. We are, I think we exceeded, $6 million in 2022. I feel like we're gonna at least meet that this year. Given the, you know, one of the things that's going to drive that is inflation, because prices are up, and that's what our tax is based on, is what their gross income is. So if their gross income goes up, then our rates are gonna go up. I'll let Phil keep the same. We certainly don't want to rely heavily on that. And the business license from insurance companies, I feel like insurance premiums are in the same boat. They're going up, and we should kind of realize more in this category. Building permits. This is less than what we had in 22, but I think we're on track to exceed a little bit where we are last year. So I don't see any problem there. And some smaller items, some planning fees. I know Jeff is busy. Tree permit. That just went out in the water this year. I don't know if we'll continue to have that. From that what? Oh, okay. I increased that some, and I didn't, obviously that can be, it goes up and down. Yeah. And stormwater plan review fees, I know that, that's a big area too. We'll also talk about some of that later. Any questions on either of those two sections? Okay. Local option sales tax. This is what we talked about earlier. We are seeing an increase. You know, people are out, economy's good. The people that shop in Berkeley and Charleston County, we get a portion of that. We then will rebate 71% of that back to those taxpayers in those counties. So that goes back to them, which is why it's really important for me to take it off of the millage calculation. I think from what I could tell in 1 year when we kind of got off in the budget, that didn't happen. That was kind of where we went awry. Personal property we get from the state, inventory and manufacturers, age of subdivision. That is the preliminary number that's published at the state level, so that should be an accurate number unless the legislature decides to increase that. And beverage licenses come from the state. That's an every other year. It's a 2-year license, so that kind of goes up and down every other year. Any questions on that part? Municipal court fines, that's pretty steady. That's gone up. I think we're on track to get pretty close to the 275 this year. So I think we're okay there. Questions? Okay. So miscellaneous. We have special event miscellaneous income. Amy's got projects going on. We're doing the she's taking over the Sweet Tea Marathon this year, which should generate about $40,000 in revenue. So that is certainly our big increase over our actuals. Rental fees, the rec center. We don't have Cuthbert anymore. Yeah. Gahagan Field, we have a little bit of the Parks and Rec money there, league fees, and of course you saw that our registration, our participation is up, so obviously our league fees will be up a little bit. Rec center revenue is continuing to increase. Tennis complex, I kept that the same. The it's just not a, didn't want to be really aggressive on those particular numbers. Interest income, interest rates are up. Hopefully we can, by delaying big purchases till January and just keep our cash flow stable, if we can maximize, that particular line item. Sale of assets, we typically have sale of police cars, wrecked vehicles, stuff all during the year, so, that kind of wanted to maintain that level. School district reimbursement, thanks to Doug, we kind of renegotiated that contract last year, and we'll be in the middle of doing that pretty shortly this year. So that kind of compensated us, so we weren't losing, on those particular items. Miscellaneous income, it's just various things, there's nothing big in there. That remains at 100,000. Property rental fees, those are the rentals that we have on Richardson. That's pretty close to where we are now. Again, we can lose a tenant any minute, so that's not an item we want to be really aggressive on. Cell tower rentals, we have numerous cell tower rentals, and I learned more about that than I really want to know with the GASB 87 and some of the new accounting pronouncements there. Report fees are just administrative, police reports and some other things that we come through there. And so are administrative fees. False alarm fees, we actually may be able to get a little bit additional revenue in that. Thanks to Chief Wright, his team's put together a third party who's going to maybe look at collections on that. We'll talk about some of that a little bit later. Any other questions on any of those items? Comments from anybody else, department head? Okay. And the last item is our transfers. Again, I talked about that earlier. We're projecting our hospitality tax income to go up. Transfer the 3.5 million there, and then the 70 from state accommodation and 300 from stormwater, based on our latest projections. We appreciate your hard work, Ryan. Maybe. We will, maybe, there's some of that, you get support from Russ's department and from all of us, but, we want to maintain your needs, and. That's true, that's true. Maybe there's other buckets that we won't have to look into that. Comments? Okay. So, as you know, one of the goals in our budget was to take care of our employees, to be competitive in our market. We actually we looked at trying to fund an 8% COLA or merit, however it might end up looking like, into the budget, which is what you have and you will see in front of you. And so I just wanted to give you a little bit of a rundown on what does 8% look like. And the general fund is roughly $1.4 million for 8%, and in the other funds just under 100,000. So total of just over $1.5 million for that. But we just felt like it was real important. And then based on the history that I found that said we were doing 2% COLAs, it's really not that significant for employees.
One question, you come up with this calculation. Does this include the retirement? Or is this just salaries?
That's just the salary portion of that. Yes. Yeah, I wanted to try to segregate that down so you could see just what the salary increase was. I can compute the difference from point. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yeah. That's correct. Any other questions? Okay. Wow, that was already fast. So the department heads will present their department budgets again, we did the best that we could with the money that I felt like that we really had to work with. There are gonna be some needs that they have over and above what is included here at this point, and, you know, I encourage all of them to stress, because they're the ones that know, they're in the trenches every single day, and they know what the risks are if they don't have what they need. And these are certainly important things for, I think, all of you to hear.
This is like the, ask the employees what they think of the 8%.
Yeah, I was using the phone as well.
And if with the goal of being competitive, that's something we didn't see that. And 8%, is that even competitive, or is that, you know, what does it take to be competitive in our regions? Do we have that data?
I don't, off the top of my head, I know y'all have looked at a lot of things, what are the other,
Looking at some of the work, they're moving, I don't know, students, they're looking out. How old right now? It gets us better, but we're not doing it. Yeah, I talked to Garfield County Roads and Bridges guy yesterday, they're at 1565, for general labor. And what are we at? Right now.
Well, this would bring everything to minimum.
There's people that are here.
No, here, the dead contractors. But any new hires.
The existing employees would go over to 15, even at entry level, they would be like, I think, 15, 50 or something, so it'd be pretty close. But new employees would still be at that 15, flat 15, on down, just a little bit below the surrounding area.
Yeah, just keep in mind, I think most communities don't, or these communities, in some of those are bonus.
My profession, I got to people that, people like that, they're bringing from file now.
I know.
I guess I'll depend on the application or what your job description is determined.
And I like to be able to do more. I just felt like with what I had to work with at this point, that was as far as I could go, but
I think it's two different levels of types of conversation. And Russ, talks about, when Ron talks about reviewing the other agencies, that the dollars really are more out than out. Dan's right, we're never getting where we need $31, $35. I should have a position now, but those people are in private sector, they have it now, they don't have the next year, they go to that. They don't have health insurance, they don't have, the private sector, they don't have insurance, because slowly, slowly. So we do offer things that you just can't get, and we make you $30 an hour. The rest of the all of the boss or something like that, you're a shop with 20 employees or less. If you have health insurance, don't find them additional.
and that's an important factor, and I think Chris is gonna address some of that too, but I mean, our benefit package is certainly, I think, good. And unfortunately, I think some young people just don't see the value in that. Pardon? Yeah, yeah.
Their health is 25 years old, you cash.
Any other comments before we head over to the department request? Does anybody need to go? But we'll just go ahead and start with that. Wow. Okay. Right. 5 minutes? Okay. All right, can we do 5 minutes?
All right, y'all, let's get started. All right, y'all ready to get started? Our 5 minutes to turn into 10, so we're ready to get going. Everybody listen up.
Lisa, you're on. All right, thank you. So under administration, which you should have a copy of the full budget in the reports. Okay, thank you. Oh, you're missing your admin page.
No,
Oh. Okay, so under administration, under the personnel, the only addition that we have there is the inclusion of the town prosecutor position. This is something that council had talked about over the last couple of months, so we have included that position under the admin budget. As far as operational, the only significant change you're seeing in operational is under professional fees. We're asking for an additional $100,000 in professional fees, and that is primarily for us to be able to move forward with any potential plans for police, fire, municipal court facilities. So that would be for design, engineering services, perhaps environmental studies, anything like that would fall under this. And the only other increase is under other operating expenses. I'm requesting 25,000 additional in that, and that is specifically for matching grant funds. Throughout the year, as you know, we often apply for grants that require a match, and we don't typically budget matching grant funds. And so we're left struggling, trying to figure out where to get the money from. So we're asking for 25,000 in that line item for matching grant funds. And we were able to cut down some of the other line items to be able to reach that number. So those are really the only requests under admin. Of course, we've got IT that falls under admin, and we also have human resources. So I don't know if either one of you had anything you wanted to add to the, no? Okay. And yeah, and you, I appreciate Lenny going through this with a fine tooth comb, and he was able to cut out a little bit to help us get this ballot. So I'll be glad to answer any questions.
You told us that you've added the prosecutor position.
Mhm.
Now, looking at the difference between the recommended and the 2023 budget for salary and wages, it appears to only be about 41,000. Is that because there are other positions that are not in the 24 recommendation that are in the 23 budget?
Yes, so in the 24 recommendation, we have the Director of Community and Economic Development position. We do not have the Assistant Town Administrator position. We do have the Admin Assistant position that is not filled currently.
That's in 24, 23.
That's in 24.
Okay. So does this, show salary and wages administration going from 1.258 to 1.289? Does that include the proposed 8% increase?
It does.
So there's obviously some savings. I assume we're not paying the prosecutor like $20,000.
The proposed salary we have in there currently is 70.
So even with adding a $75,000 position and 8% increases across the board, you're only recommending spending another 40,000 on salary. So, okay.
That's what it looked like to me. Is that what
Exactly.
you guys are seeing? Okay.
I mean, obviously we're saving money somewhere, so good.
Okay. Alrighty, so I'm gonna go through the list. I think we may be a little bit out of order here, so we're gonna try to go through the order that we have on the screen. So next up would be finance.
There. All right, just gonna hold on to this thing for this. Rhonda was worried that you guys were getting sick of hearing from her, so she's making me do this one. Pretty simple. We're not looking for any increases in positions or anything like that, other than what was requested across the board. Expenses largely the same, actually $50 less. We did move some things around. We did increase our audit fees line. There's a few things that kind of add to that. GASB 86, which Rhonda loves so much, creates a little bit more of a burden on our auditors, as well as the need for a single audit. But other than that, it's pretty straightforward. As I said, we cut some lines where we saw that we could do that, increase that, and came out with a operating budget $50 less than what we had last year. Any questions?
I will mention that we are planning to do an RFP on our audit services. We need to anyhow, regardless, Melvin Jenkins may end up being the one, but we'll see. So I haven't had time to address that yet, but I'll try to get that in the next week or two.
I don't think I get that. Sorry.
Is it on? Is it on? Okay. I'd love to hear the echo. Thank you, Mayor, for saying that you were going to give us whatever we want. We just want to keep the court open. That's it. That's all we want, just for it not to be closed down. That's one thing we asked this year. We started our budget conversation last year. I think we were kind of on a flex of 5 clerks. We're now down to 4 as of November. And that's where we plan on staying. There is an open position that we would like to keep open. We've been speaking with Chris Grant about maybe getting an intern, maybe have like an intern program, which kind of help out like some of the menial tasks. But as usual, I try to keep the budget as low as possible. When I started, we had 7 clerks. Now we're down to 4. Those 4 clerks are serving. How many officers do you have? So I have 4 clerks who service the dockets for 126 people, plus 25 reserve officers, plus Don's group that he has as well. I think I'm doing pretty damn good, in all honesty. I'm gonna give myself some credit. I'm full of Snoop Dogg. I want to thank me. Right, and today is 420. Thank you. In addition, so we've been working on, well, I have not, the clerk of court, Mandy Pitcock, as well as Clerk Bonnie Sanders, have worked on the set-off debt. I'm not sure if everyone knows what set-off debt is, but it's a way that we go through the IRS in order to get some of the funds that are owed to us from fines. Last year, we had only recouped, I think, about $9,000 total for the entire year. Right now, as of the beginning of April, we've already brought in $48,000. And they'll do polls, I think, 3 or 4 more times throughout the year. So that's not quote unquote new money. That is money that's already owed for the past 3 years. You only do 3 years at a time. Starting this year, though, we can go back 4 years. So the court is working on trying to collect the money that is outstanding to the court, which should also improve the revenues. That's as much as I can discuss with revenues on that part. I think we'll also have a conversation tomorrow during executive session about some other personnel matters and some other things to be addressed then. It's probably more appropriate and not drag everybody down. As far as the operational side, we've reduced it by, I think, about $3,500, which is 5% of our budget. The majority of our budget on the operational side is security, which there's nothing we can do about that. You take out that $37,000, we're really looking at a $24,000 budget to service the court, again, for over 140 plus people to come in and out for their dockets. So again, I think the court's doing pretty well. Any questions?
Operation with the salary and wages at 391 and total department operation 710. And it looks like, about 38,000 more is being recommended than you requested. What's that about?
Anything as far as the salaries, we didn't touch the salaries. Everything was done by the 8% COLA, as far as I know. There's no increases on our side. Is that not?
Is that 38,000 is the 8%?
Well, yeah, there are things we will discuss more about the other side of personnel. and salary. But
As far as what we're requesting, nothing has been touched on our side. Anything projected or recommended by the administration was all for the 8%.
Just look at the salary line.
We're pretty close.
Right, the 62,440 is the same as far as operations.
Right.
So the difference you're seeing is
Sure.
on the personnel side.
Right.
Salary, I mean, that's most of it.
Right, but in 2023, we budgeted 366. In 2024, the request from the department was 391. But the recommendation is 428, and am I hearing that I'll get an explanation tomorrow?
There will be further explanation, more discussion.
Did not, they didn't necessarily include 8% when they brought their budgets to us.
Any other questions for our judge? Okay, so we will move on to building inspections.
We're not really asking for anything either. I am asking, well, I shouldn't say anything, because I am asking for something. I'm asking for a way to get my inspectors' salaries to compete with Goose Creek and Charleston. And what was proposed is as they get their license, they can get bumped to eventually to at least get close to them. We had one this past year that did become a fully certified residential inspector. Had a gentleman retired, so I was able to move him into that slot. That paid close to what they pay. But I do have another one that's just starting out. And I need a way to show them that if they stay with the town, they can, as they get licensed, they can move up. The only other thing that I would point out also is the special projects, $15,000 there. I believe that was put in by council to help take down buildings. We took down 2 last year, but we were lucky that the owners did step up and pay for them themselves. I think we spent $25 out of that fund for some court costs. I would point out that $15,000 might get one, as things stand now. But I could live with it or live without it. That's up to y'all.
Question on the certification increases. When I started work in the Department of Transportation, they had a program similar to what you were talking about. Every time you had a certification, you got a 5% raise. Is that 15,000 that you have in there enough to provide those increases?
That would work for me for the coming year.
Okay.
I don't see us using close to that in the coming year. I just want a way to say, hey, if you can go get these, we can get you.
That was a specific line item that we added for that purpose.
I think you'll notice we did cut about $7,000 off of our operating costs per unit.
The thing about the building official's office too is kind of like Doug's situation with a law enforcement guy. If they don't get this certification, Don has to let them go. This happened with a guy when Rich was here. I mean, this guy was great. I mean, he was a great inspector. And he couldn't pass the test. I mean, he was smart too, but he just was one of these kind of people that couldn't pass the test. And I think Rich I think he took it 3 times, didn't he, Don? I know he took it twice.
The mayor is correct. The state, as they get registered, we start them out in residential. And the reason being for starting there is the state will pay for it. They will pay for their education. But they put a clock on them also. So they have to get 4 licenses within a 4-year time frame to be able to maintain employment once they get registered that way.
They don't pass, they don't get the state. No,
They have to make the minimum of 4 residential to be able to work.
it's hard to get these guys, it's hard enough, so, if we can pay them what they're worth. Then you get, people that go in and pass the test and, keep them, so. That's the reason for them asking for. When they do pass the test, if we can give them a little bump, it makes a difference where they don't, where we don't send them to school, even though the state pays for it, and as soon as they get out of school, they go to work for somebody else that's paying.
We also instituted last year, going after our money from the state, which we got approximately $2,000 back last year. So I can tell you, I spent more than $4,000, but the budget you see doesn't reflect that, because we kept asking them for the money back. And so far, they reimbursed us.
Okay, any other questions for Don? All right, next up, we've got engineering.
Engineering didn't request much more than what was budgeted from last year. Before I put the budget together, I did request a 10% cost of living or increase across the board for engineering staff, but I think 8% is going to be there, so that's why that difference is there. Personnel request difference. The biggest request I put in the engineering budget was professional fees. I put $125,000, and $100,000 of that was going to be for third-party review. We get permit submittals for sites. When we get a bunch of them, people seem to get impatient and want their permits quicker than we can get to them sometimes. So we hired a third-party engineering company to do the stormwater reviews for us to speed up that process. So that was a request for the additional $100,000. We've used them in the past and they've done successfully. I will point out that just look at the revenue on stormwater review fees this year. They collected $110,606. So we're collecting that now on review fees, so it would pay for itself if we did that. And I mean, next year the budget is $100,000 for that. So again, it would budget pay for itself if we went that route. But other than that, there's no really significant changes in the rest of my operation budget.
How many employees do you have, Russ?
8, and one of those is the building and ground maintenance. Really 7 engineering.
So at 10%, you'd have 10,000 more than what you have.
Sir,
In your request, you had 10%.
right, that was a 10% across the board for all 8. Any questions on engineering operations budget? We doing capital later?
Yes, capital will come later.
That's what I want to talk about.
So next we have communications and then police should come after that, so that would be you, Doug.
go down the line, we,
It's not on. Get a hold of it.
All right, communications, so going down the line, not much has changed. In the way of operating expenses for communications. As you can see. The 8% is added in for salaries recommended. And then, we've kept everything pretty much the same going down the line last year, as you can see. Pretty rudimentary there.
You know, I think, all of the departments have gone through and purposely not, requested, a lot of additional items because the focus and the importance, I think, for everyone was the salaries.
Absolutely. Questions about communications? Okay, going to the police side. The big change you're gonna see here, is obviously gonna be the salaries. And I'll go in a little bit more depth here in a moment, but, going below that, we actually reduced the line items from the 2023 budget, for example, in vehicle repairs. We're hoping that will be something we can come under. The gas and oil, we went down again. Hoping that we can do that. We've implemented, obviously, we stay on our officers about not running their vehicles when they shouldn't be. Just going down the line, we cut, we didn't have a lot to cut anyway. We're already doing so much with so little, but we took obviously contractual services out of, or as I was, the prosecutor out of that, moved that over to the other side. And then another big thing we did was determine what overtime could be budgeted. It's through H-Tax. We sat down with Steve Doniger, figured out what we're doing outside the realm. For example, the farmer's market, 2 officers for the weekend. When we have these other events, third Thursday, whatnot, paying these officers to be over there. That's all directly impacted from tourism, hospitality. So we moved that over to that line just to shave money out of this line out of the budget. So, but yeah, it's pretty, again, it's pretty basic. Any questions about that? And I'd like to explain. I have my slide deck for that, right? All right, perfect. So, loop here.
Chief,
Yes, sir.
you got to that's what was the rationale behind reducing overtime? And putting it, I mean, I'm just looking at this year's budget was 150, last year's actual was 152. It was reduced to 102 and then moved back to 50. What, I'm just curious what the thinking was.
So the hospitality, you're talking about how we reduced it this year?
No.
How it went back up?
In your request for 2024, you've got overtime, a reduction in overtime.
Correct.
The request,
Right.
and it moved back up to what this year's budget was.
I'm not sure.
I might be able to explain
Okay,
it.
go ahead.
I think what, again, the attempt was to go through everybody's line items and try to find areas that they could cut. I think the rationale was, we could perhaps use more hospitality tax to fund overtime rather than the general fund. But I think it still has to be charged to this line item. So I believe that's why Dan kept it
Okay.
at what it was. And obviously we've moved up the transfer from hospitality tax. It's gonna help cover that. Does that sound right?
All right, so I know you all understand where we're at and what we did last year, and we stood up our new, implemented our new pay structure for the police department, which broke away from everybody else in the town and what they're doing. Not that it's any better, but it works for us. As you recall, and I think it was unanimously agreed upon that it was a very good step in the right direction. It's how the whole world works. and paying people for what they're worth and their value, for their education, for their certifications, for the years of experience that they have, hazardous duty in addition to being a police officer, such as being on the SWAT team, being on a clandestine methamphetamine cleanup team, is incentivizing that. If you work night shift, you incentivize them for working night shifts. So we implemented that along with being bilingual in languages. And we came up with, you all agreed upon, and I appreciate it. I know the police officer did very much, was to implement 1/3 of what we've asked for. And this is what we're asking for, is the remaining 2/3. And I think the 8% will cover that, encumbers that into what we're doing. But I still think for you all to understand, I want you, because I know you have your jobs and you're in everybody else's world, is kind of understand, like you're saying, Councilman McIntosh, you're saying, your industry is different than the police and fire industry. And so I think explaining numbers, showing you differences is going to be a wake-up call, and it needs to be, because what happened last year was we got a little bit of a raise, which was good. We didn't know what we had for money. The whole town didn't have to know what we had for money, and you still were able to give us something. We appreciated that. But while we did that, everybody else went up around us, and it's going to happen again this year. So we are coming up to this year, everybody's going 2 steps above that. So just to kind of give you some breakdown, and this is really important, this doesn't include just the police department. This includes every department here. Approximately 54,000 residents, 7th most populous municipality in South Carolina, 22 square miles. Approximately 5,000 housing units, developmental, which will add approximately 15,000 more residents. And the national average is, that's about right, Jesse? Okay. And so if you think, 2 to 3 people per household and at least 1 car, that's more cars on the roadway, more people in our town. National average is 2.4 officers per 1,000 residents within the town. We're at 2.3 right now, which is a good number. But with the projected growth that we're looking at, we're going to drop down to 1.8 officers per 1,000. We have not asked for officers, regular police officers in a few years. We got hospitality officers 2 years ago at HTAX. We got 2 out of ARPA last year for CI, the crisis intervention team, but actually adding and front loading police officers has not happened. So we're in between 126 and 130 police officers, and one of them is part-time, 25 reserve officers work for free, 22 dispatchers who handle police and fire calls, and then 12 civilian employees in the town. Last year I asked for IT personnel, and obviously it was shot down. We didn't ask for a single person this year because we felt it was so important to get raises. It's just so important for us to be able to be competitive with our neighbors so that we don't have a mass exodus, which is what I'm always afraid of happening. Next. Just break down, once again, I told you all this last time, but this is the census. 29483, 91,630 residents, the largest populace in South Carolina. But you see the density map over there. I think it's really important to see. If you look down into Charleston, and you can see their numbers, and then you come up to Somerville area, everybody's slipping up this way, and everybody's migrating this way. So that's who we're policing. That's who you all are servicing every day. Next. So this is what I want to break down, and this is the number I want you to look at. The 43,065, 43,065. That's where I start our police officers out at right now. I can bring them up to 51.5 based off our pay scale right now without you voting on a pay increase. And I want you to put in perspective here. If you look at Charleston County Sheriff's Office, they can go up to 67,000. Charleston, CPD, Charleston County go up to 59,000. Berkeley County, 46,000. Still, they're starting to pay. Every starting pay on here is more than ours, every single one. The College of Charleston Police Department starts at 54.9 and goes up to 60,000. The South Carolina Highway Patrol, and I know the state, Henry McMaster, they had all this surplus. So they gave the Highway Patrol and all state agencies last year, law enforcement, a 12% raise, and they're coming back with a 15% raise this year. That's a 32% raise that state employees are going to get. We can't compete with that. There's no way we can. But we can't even compete with our closest friends here. Mount Pleasant up to 76,000. There's education incentive and different things like that, right? But I talked about this because it's unattainable. We just can't continue to, with this pay structure that we're at, where we are right now, it's unattainable. So I know we have the support from council. I'm quite certain of it. And it's important to understand that these numbers are valuable because I have people who have told me they are waiting for this to happen. and they've been waiting for this to happen for months. They want to know what you're gonna do. They have told me, they've made it clear, they want to know what council's gonna do, and I've had people tell me there's no way they're gonna vote to do it. And I want you to prove wrong. I want you to keep them here. I'm telling you, I don't know how you guys are in your departments, but we have we know the bloodline, we know the temperature in the room, and police officers are very vocal as our firemen about how they feel about morale. Morale is high right now, but if you want to keep it high, make it higher and attract more talent, that's what we have to do. And I know you're talking about, well, they have a bigger tax base than we do. They all have a bigger tax base. They have industry, they get all those taxes, right? Well, the Steele Police Department down in Hampton County has roughly 2,040 residents, and they have about 4 police officers, and a Steele police officer starts at 49,192. That's 5,000 more than we're making. North Augusta DPS, 47,065. Isle of Palms Police Department has 24 officers. Yes, it's Isle of Palms. Yes, they have a lot of value at homes out there, but 47,000 to 63,000. So, you know, we talk about our fantastic reputation, which we have. That's why people work here. They do work here for what Councilmember said in the past, because it's the mystique of the town. It's the way we treat them. It's the way the government treats their people here. The guy is very supportive of us, and we know that you're always trying to do the right thing for us. But at the end of the day, you know, not getting capital for a year, having very minuscule pay raises, it's passing us by. So I'll bring all this home, put it in perspective. Melvin's Barbecue in Mount Pleasant right now has got a prep cook opening, and they're starting at $51,129 to be a cook at Melvin's Barbecue. Main Street McDonald's on Main Street is starting at $44,460, and they pay up to $62,400. That's more than anybody in this room is making starting out. So put that in perspective. It's unattainable. I know I have your support. I'm confident of it. I talk to you guys, and I'm not one of these guys that calls and says, "Hey, can you do this for me? You got for me." I'm not that guy. Very open about the way we operate, very transparent, but it's time for us to move forward, get us to where we need to be, the whole town, and let's continue to be competitive. We have a great place to work, a great place to live, and the people we serve, I can tell you right now, they're the best people I've ever known. And we have people come here and they thank us. They actually thank the police here in this town. And I could drive 10 minutes another way in any direction, and I might not get the same response of hospitality. So any questions for me about anything I've said?
The starting range of 43 to 451.
Yes, sir.
That's current.
That's currently, yes, sir.
With last year's 3%.
Yes, sir.
Increase. With an 8% increase, what does that move the range?
The range will go to mid-60, 65, mid-60, about 65. I'll be able to have a patrol. So I have a patrolman with 25 years of experience, and he has all the things that we have. He'd be our highest paid patrolman, which would bring him up to the 65 range, which would put us in comparison with everybody else without the start pay. The start pay needs to go up, and we're hoping the 8% will bring that start pay up as well. But that, I hope that answers.
Well, we would start that.
8% on top of whatever.
46.
Sure, something like that. Yes, sir. But still, I mean, I still would take $1,000 less to come work here because of our equipment and what we have going on here. But what I'm trying to attract is not people out of high school that are 21 years old that have been playing Nintendo and decided they want to be a cop one day. I want somebody who has life experience, police experience, military experience, world experience. That's going to attract them when that's where you get the people that are more competitive.
So it's the mid-career salary.
Just absolutely, absolutely.
Chief,
Sir.
just so I fully understand. Does the 8% meet the mark?
It does. And as everybody else is saying here, we'd like to have more, but we'll take what you all are willing to give us, and something is better than nothing. But yes, it'll bring us where we need to be, what we were asking for last year. I think everybody's going to say the same thing, and we'll come back next year and hopefully ask for more. But at least we know how much money we have now.
Well, I think the main thing that you get out of that is a company to retain your people. Right? And I think we all are aware, we read the news, the social media and everything. And I've been around a long time. I'm starting to see crime seep up a little bit in Somerville. You know, here in this area, we hear, some of the high schools, every kid's bringing in guns and that sort of thing, so we need quality people, and we've got quality people. But I think it's imperative that we be competitive with the surrounding area that we live in. And, I'm glad that Doug is the kind of person that stand up for his people, because I think we all need to hear this. If you like what's happening in something, it's called the respect of the police and all that kind of stuff, you know, we don't have to pay these guys. And, it's amazing how people think that they're going to protect them somewhere. And they would probably be a little embarrassed by what we're paying. So salute you. Keep the good work.
Well, I appreciate it. It's the town. I mean, it's everybody in here, you know, it takes a village. If I didn't say it last year, I'll say it now. The average time of span for a career of a law enforcement officer in South Carolina who enters into law enforcement for the first time is 2.5 years of service. Once they graduate the criminal justice academy, 2.5 years before they leave the profession. And that can be for scheduling, that can be because of stress. But we lost 22 police officers last year. I dismissed a few, but out of the 22, only 5 stayed in law enforcement. Only 5. That's the private sector who we cannot compete with. 5 who left us, 2 went to state agencies that pay more. I'm never going to fault anybody for bettering themselves. But, you know, other than that, our retention is very good. It's one of the highest in the state. In fact, I'm going to be presenting at the academy next month for chief school. Every new chief in South Carolina has to go through this training, and I've been asked to come and speak on recruitment and retention.
Yeah, I happened to meet one of our ex-officers who went to Scout Post.
Yeah,
He said, "It's more money and I don't get shot at."
he's a good guy.
See, this national average of 2.4 officers per thousand, is that a recommended level or is the recommended level higher?
That's a recommended level. Yes, sir.
Because I think we're at 2.4 now. I think we're at 52,500, 53,000 residents.
Yes, sir.
And I understand that we've got, if you look at everything that's been approved by council, you know, that's 15,000 more residents. I would suspect that the 2030 census will probably only have this about 60,000. So I don't think we're in immediate danger of dropping down to 1.8. But it's obviously something we should keep our eyes on. Do you have any, I can't remember, but I'm hoping you might, any idea where we were, number of officers per thousand residents 10 years ago, 20 years ago?
I don't know the actual average, but I know we were with officers. We were at 87 officers, I think, five or 6 years ago. Then we went up to like the one, there was more paid firemen than there were police officers at the time, which I'd never seen a town like. But then I met Mayor Waring.
My recollection, when I came on board of council 10 years ago, which you've been here a while then, was that we were at awfully close to half.
That's correct. We have
Awfully close to half the number of recommended officers.
That is correct.
And we're at it. And I think we can stay at it without adding too many more officers, but I think that's what's happened. I think that's why we're not as competitive as we once were on salaries, is that we addressed one problem, and it was a significant problem. We had half the number of officers that these national accrediting agencies said we should have. And we met the national average while the town is growing.
Right.
And it's a significant achievement. But growth, at least population growth of actual residents is flat. I understand the numbers that you have from the zip codes. And now it's time to correct another problem. And that's, you said it well last year. Every time we add a position in any department, we're telling the remaining people in the department that there's a little less money for them. And that's just how it works in the private sector or the public sector. So you know, now we're going to address this issue and get our pay up, but you know, there's going to be an equal and opposite effect, which is going to mean that eventually we got to hire more people.
Well, when I spoke to the department last year, You know, talk is cheap with police officers. They want to see action. They don't care what you tell them. They see through the bureaucracy. Just very real profession, if I should say that. But I told them, would you rather work shorthanded and harder and a little bit longer and get paid more? Or would you rather just work the bare minimal and get by and get paid what you get paid now? And everybody said they'd rather work harder and shorter and longer to do that. So I agree.
And I think that's a question every manager ought to ask the people in the private sector about.
And they've been
Would you
humping
rather
it.
work more for more money, or would you rather just hire somebody else and hire more, bring more people on and have your pay be more flat?
Yeah, I get asked all the time. And the one thing too, like there's other services that we could render for cheaper. For example, I didn't want to present it this year, but I'll tell you, we want on what's called community service officers. These are like young people that are possibly police cadets or fire explorers that are, 18 to 21, to pay them a very minimal fee. 2 part-time, what they do is in North Charleston, Mount Pleasant, these agencies all have them, and they handle non-in-service calls for service. So if the cars are broken into, they can go take the report, they can fingerprint, it frees up an officer. If there's a road hazard, a car breaks down on Main Street, they have a pickup truck with arrow sticks on the back of it, or they have gasoline when someone runs out of gas. It's not Shep by any stretch of the imagination, but they can do a lot of things to help us out, and then it helps us onboard them as future police officers. So it's something I think we want to look at next year at a minimal fee, but just minimal cost. But I just bringing it up to you now to kind of put it in the back of your brain. So any questions?
One thing I think, what Bill says is correct. There's no question about it. I mean, you got to get your pay up, and when you get your pay up, it costs you more money. And so you got to think about, well, man, can't hire 4 people this year because we got to pay up. But we in a unique situation with where we are geographic. We got North Charleston, we got the city of Charleston, we got Hanahan, we got Berkeley County over there. We got all these people that paying more than we pay. And crime is coming this way. I was talking to Reggie not too long ago when I was with the mayor of North Charleston. They have shootings every day. All you got to do is pick up the paper. They have robbery shootings and all kind of terrible things going on in North Charleston. If they can't catch them, they're pushing them this way. So no matter what we do with salaries, we got to always be thinking about adding people, because we got to prevent crime. We don't want to go out and get our citizens hurt, but we don't want to get our police officers shot either. And so, you always got to keep in the back of your mind, I think I'm talking to our council now, and you, Doug, is that, we got to find the money to pay you first, is what you're doing here today. And you're saying, well, we can take the salary now. And I know how the guys feel, because I worked a bunch of firemen for a long time. They felt the same way. And they do get an adrenaline rush when they go on a call, just like a firefighter does. I mean, if they didn't do that, they wouldn't be a cop.
Sure.
Or they wouldn't be a firefighter. But, and for that part of them, they're crazy. But, why you want to rush on a call or break in or something and know that you might get shot at? It's like the guy who had his gun on down there in Florida, and the guy stole the gun out of his holster and ran down the street, and he chased him, and he got shot with his own gun and got killed. Now, hopefully one of our policemen wouldn't do something like that. But, you always got to be thinking about number of people you got. And when you get slack, because you're always working, and I know this from being in the fire service for so long, you're always working with not enough people. And all you got to do is have 2 or 3 call out sick, or 2 or 3 get hurt, and then you really are below staff. So never quit fighting for people. You always got to keep this town protected. We got, how many citizens you say we got now, Bill?
55 or 53.
52, 53, 55,000 people, plus at least that many or more riding through this town every day and visiting people, so it's a lot going on, and you know it because you ride through the shopping centers and see all these cars filling up every shopping center, every restaurant. And you got to have a lot of police officers to take care of that. My next door neighbor, Peter Wallace, you know him because he calls you all the time. he, he counts trucks going down Carolina Avenue. And he calls me and then he calls you. Well, you know, I wish that's the only crime we had going on, is trucks going down Carolina Avenue. I don't like it either, but I'm not home to watch them. But you know, when you, and I've explained to him that we don't have the police officers to sit on
We
Carolina
do write some
Avenue.
tickets out of that.
Yeah, all day long. But, you know, the crimes we have are minimum compared to towns our size. We're the seventh largest town in the state. And, you know, big towns have a lot of crime. We really have, I think we have a little, I'm talking about serious crime, guns and.
Well, we're being
break-ins.
rushed with it, and I'm not trying to steal everybody's time,
Yeah.
whatnot, but as we highlighted that on purpose, 396 guns. We told our officers to go out proactively, not reactively, go out proactively, police,
Yeah,
do it right. We seized like 10 firearms less in the city of North Charleston Police Department last year. And that says something, that they're here, they're illegal. They just haven't used them. And as I said in the retreat we had with the county council, the criminals lay their heads here. They're doing the crimes down there, they lay their heads here. We're doing stuff with other agencies I can tell you about. For shooting to happen down there, we're sitting on their houses right now as we speak today, sitting on their houses waiting for them to leave to help other agencies out. So the thing with Isle of Palms the other day, I know for a fact that one of the people that had a handgun lives in the town limits. They went down there and committed crimes. They're up here. So the interoperability of our police department with these MOUs and stuff we have, they're going to come to us when we need help. We're going to go to them when they need help. And I think it's, you know, it says a lot about our agency that people want to call us to help them. But we got to have the people. And I think you guys are doing the right thing and supporting us. And I just want to thank Ms. Rhonda and Dan and Lisa, a lot of endless phone calls and emails and stuff like that. But I only email you guys the stuff that I think is newsworthy, but there's criminal sexual assault on juveniles. I can email you about daily. I mean, there's just so many things, suicides, shots fired, fentanyl overdoses, the stuff that's going on. You wouldn't be able to read it all. So I just say all that, so you know, we keep it pretty calm in this town, but it's because we're proactive. It's not because it's not going on. It's going on. We're just being proactive about it. So.
I know you are. I'm not good. I'm
Oh, I know
not
you-
critical at
I know
all.
you-
I'm just saying, don't let down what you got going because you're not asking for people. You do a good job selling, Doug. Ain't no question about that. You do a marvelous job selling. Almost as good as me when I was fire chief. But you know, your counsel personally, that's the first thing you gotta do. And then you do a great job selling. But don't ever quit selling your people either, because you got, you know, you can't have too many police officers. You can't have too many cops, you know, and I know you gotta pay them, and I'm all for anything you ask for financially. For public safety. I'm very much, yes, I'm very much.
Well, you stepped in that one.
I'm very much pro public safety, but I know we gotta pay our other people too, because I've been in town hall for the last 3+ years and I know what people need. You know, and we gotta pay them too, you know, but anyway, just keep up the good work. And we're gonna see that you get some money.
Chief, I just wanted to mention, I was at the COG meeting on Monday, and one of the representatives from the Isle of Palms, she was a council lady. She expressed publicly how much she appreciated the support of all the agencies that came to their aid, and that proactive response prevented anything major from happening. And she just expressed that publicly at the COG meeting, so I passed that on.
All right, next up is fire. Mhm.
Last hoorah.
We need to put the fire department first.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm just gonna kind of repeat what Doug said for the last 20 minutes, but even with the theme of what everybody else talked about so far today, us as well didn't do a lot of operational increase, any operational increase as far as our budget was concerned. What we've been doing in the fire department the last several years is really trying to get a true number of what it costs to operate a place. And that's everything from what our replacement cycles need to be of equipment and, you know, as the fire department, we buy everything from a fire hose, a fire nozzle to a mattress. So every one of those things has a shelf life. So what we've been trying to do is just figure out what our shelf life needs to be and what we need to buy every year.
and fine tuning that number. And looking at it as hard this year, we really felt like we could hold the line on operating expenses, of course, to allow some more freedom to do some raises. Because raises were our number one priority going into this budget, just like everyone. But, as far as that's concerned, looking at the region, what we've talked about, as Chief Wright said, similar to the situation, we're sitting right now at starting pay at $36,865. City of Charleston, 48,000, that's what they're starting at. North Charleston, 46,1. Isle of Palms is 44. And these are fire departments that we've lost people to before. This is why I kind of picked those numbers. Goose Creek down to 43. And even our neighbor, our direct neighbor that's around this Dorchester County, they're starting at 41,000. These numbers are presented to the Public Safety Committee back in February, I believe. And so they're basically the same numbers. Talking to these folks since then, since February, to pull these numbers, they're all anticipating another 3% on top of that, at least 3% on top of that coming up this. Everybody's in their fiscal years right now, so a lot of them are hitting their fiscal years right now, so they're already looking at raises again on top of these that they've been doing. So yeah, 8% is a good step for us. To answer the question, it's a great first step, but it's something we need to continue on with. Yeah, and looking at the 8% along with that, is for us to make it work, for our fire department to make it work with what Brent and I've been talking about, and what he'll be kind of putting into play is how we divvy up the 8%. If we do 8% just across the board in our department, the top end is going to take the lion's share of that. So we've developed a plan just within the department to kind of spread that out that will accomplish our goal. Our number one goal was to get our starting pay up over $40,000. We recently sent out advertisement for applicants for certified firefighters. We're trying to do a fast track hiring process, is what we call it, where we hire certified firefighters and we put them through a quick orientation of a month and a half and get them ready to come on the floor in our department. But every person that's on our application that says a recommended salary or anticipated salary, every one of them has been over $40,000 a year. So here we are, we're at 36,800. So we're not where they are even expecting to be going forward. If we are given the flexibility within our department, within the department head, Brent will be working on this report next year, after July, to putting it's how we disperse the 8% is going to be key in getting our accomplishing that goal of getting us above $40,000 a year. So I just want to throw that in there as far as allowing us flexibility. I know we did that last year with the 3%. As Chief Wright said, their department and ours, we kind of broke away from the norm of everyone else. We do kind of have a different situation within our two departments being large. So that flexibility certainly helped out. As far as other positions that, we did ask for a few other positions. We kind of knew that they weren't going to get funded, but we did want to keep them on the radar as needs for the department. One of those being a training officer, an additional training officer to just handle recruits and new hires. Right now we're kind of breaking that out and bringing in people off of, we're pulling somebody off a truck to help out the training with these. We hired 19 people last year. We hired 20, I think it was 20 the year before and 15 the year before that. So it's almost full time. So it is full time where they're training people. Our recruit class goes from January to June. Then we'll pick right up in October, we're going to do a start date for the application process we have now, and that'll go another 6 weeks. So essentially, the whole year, this one person is doing training. And we're pulling them off the truck to do that. So that leaves the truck short staff, short earth staff, and we're also relying on school time to cover that base as well. 3 battalion chiefs. This is basically a shift base to kind of break down the span of control of the shifts. We added a 6th station this year. With that 6 stations, we need to break our each shift into 2 battalions basically of people. So that would give each person, each shift supervisor a more manageable span of control. Right now, that one shift supervisor has 33 people they're responsible for. So this would drop them down to 15. We basically cut it. So that's something that needs to be done. I say 3. And I had the conversation. She said, "Well, can you get one?" I said, "No, because you got to have one on each shift. So we can't have one shift operate one way and other 2 shifts operate a different way." Other positions, 3 firefighters that we've asked for as well, just to kind of start building out staffing for another future station down the road. I know we're looking over the next scenario for that in the next 5 to 7 years. We have the staff in place right now that will be open station 6 later this year, a few months. That staff is already on board. We've been gradually hiring these positions since 2012, probably. You know, we're here the first one. You were here and Colin was here before. We started hiring whatever we could each year to try to get that staffing, to build that staffing slowly into place and have them ready whenever the station was built and open. So that's just future planning. So it's good rather than takes 12 people to staff a truck. That's 3 shifts or 4 people at a time each shift. So gradually doing it rather than trying to hit 12 people at one time, which would be impossible. Is kind of where we are there as far as those positions that we're looking at. They'll be looking at in the future. I know we're getting into capital tomorrow and you know, we'll just talk more tomorrow. Yeah, we'll talk about capital tomorrow, but those are the requests that we had that weren't funded for. As I said, the 8% is a good first step that will kind of push in that direction, but we can't stop it. That's the problem. We can't stop doing these increases. So if we do, minute we do, we're far behind. If we didn't do anything much. We did 3% last year and the runs of 2% years before. 2% just isn't keeping up with the region. So with that, any questions?
Okay. All right. Quickly. So next is that planning.
Yeah, I grabbed one. Thank you. Okay, I should be pretty brief. As far as the salaries go, that's just the 8%. And in terms of operational requests, actually, it looks like I increased it by about 54,000, but actually that's all just GIS moving to the planning department. I actually decreased by almost over 26,000 in my operational budgets in order to have room for the 8%. Because it's as everyone else has said, same thing, our employees, they know everybody else is getting paid more. We're a pretty specialized field. It takes a lot of training and understanding of our own ordinances and that sort of thing. So to have people leave for more money throughout the area. I mean, even just Dorchester County got a good amount last year. And I know they're at a higher level than most of our employees as well. So to lose folks and have to bring new people in and retrain them would be a pretty extensive process. So just trying to keep folks in place that we have that understand our codes, understand the town and know the town is pretty important to us. So did my best to decrease operational requests as much as possible while still, you know, keeping what we need. In terms of GIS, we just left it the same as it was last year. We have a number of basically it's software that's required and needed for GIS to run properly. And while it is in the planning department now, it still serves all of the town. It works closely with public safety, also works closely with stormwater, streets. I mean, it'll having a good person in GIS and having the software that is needed is really gonna help the town as a whole, and eventually, you know, would love for that to be its own department and be able to build that more because of all the potential that there is there for greater efficiencies in all of our departments. But we are looking at some possible other groups that we can use for the software that we may be able to decrease those costs some, but we're still researching that. So I just left it as it is currently. So it basically just moved from admin to my budget in terms of the operational increase. And then of course that position we took away one of our planning positions to bring that GIS position on board, because we knew how important it was, so. Any questions? Thank you.
See. Next up is Parks and Rec.
All right, before I'm gonna jump right into Parks and Recreation, I just wanted to say how much I enjoy working with every single one of the departments represented here today. Even though this process is somewhat divisive and we're looking at department by department. You know, we all need more resources, and I know at any point I can call Chief Waring, Doug, Mark, Ryan, Russ, Jesse, whoever, and they are quick to help. They are quick to respond. I mean, at the end of the day, we all are one team. So I truly appreciate everything that we as department heads do to support one another. So I'm going to start, obviously talking about my people. We have great people that work for the town. We have fabulous people that work in Parks and Recreation and in Public Works. As you get to know these guys, you know, they're out there, they're pulling the trash, they're mowing the grass. I mean, they're just awesome. They love the town. You know, I've had one guy said, you know, are you interested in doing something else? I see some leadership ability. And he said, no, I just like making this town beautiful. And that's who we have working for us. So I want to shout out to them. But at the end of the day, they do dirty jobs. I mean, they're pulling trash and they're cleaning bathrooms, and sometimes the public is unkind. And so I feel last year when we met and we talked at the budget retreat, our goal was to get them to $15 an hour, and council supported that. However, we just didn't have the funds to do it. There was talk about moving them to trying to get them there somewhere mid-year. And unfortunately, we just weren't there this past year. And I think everybody understood that. They saw the great strides that we had made. And I think it was greatly appreciated. However, and I'm not going to look at either Rhonda or Lisa when I say this, but I really feel that I would love to get everyone to that minimum $15 and then look at that 8%. The amount that's in my budget, so you're going to see the amount that was requested. That number there is low because all that was raising people up to that 15. It didn't include any COLA because I wasn't sure at that time what that number was. So what my ask truly is that number with the 8% on top of it. That would get, what do with my notes? That would get our starting guys, I think it was still like 1620 that are already with us currently. And then the 1577 for the entry level wage. So and I, you know, as Chief Waring said, you know, when we kind of talked about that in our department, you know, when you're making 1461, 8% doesn't go as far as when you're making 50,000. So, you know, if we're given some leniency and some flexibility in my department, I do think that we would probably look at that as well. I think there's a lot of merit to considering merit as well for those who work exceptionally hard to reward those individuals as well. So my hope for my department anyway would be that we would be given a little bit of leeway so that we can, you know, reward, you know, some of those differently, but definitely focusing on those entry level things. So the difference between the number that you see that's recommended and what I would need if we were to put the 8% on top of everybody at 15 is $24,000. So that would be one request that I have. Also, the other thing that is included in this is a funded programmer position. This is a position that I asked for last year. Unfortunately, you know, at the time, we just weren't wanting to fund that, even though that position, you know, I feel like had a lot of potential. What I did this past year is we did fund a programmer. We took one of our maintenance staff who's worked for the town for years. I don't know if any of you have had the opportunity to meet Brandon. He has done a phenomenal job and we moved him into that role. So I would ask council to permanently fund that position if possible this year. Some of the things that he's been able to do He's running camps for us now over spring break, summer, winter camps. He's done kids' night outs. He's been able to, through a contact, we're now offering American Sign Language classes. He's offered family bingo, which is a free amenity to the public, pickleball lessons and leagues. And he's taking on and spearheading the Sweet Tea Half Marathon, which is a revenue generator, a significant one as well. So he, in the very short time that he has been here with us, has exceeded all expectations that I even had going in for that position. So hopefully council will see the value in being able to continue those services. And this year, I want to say, oh, it's right here. I believe right now he's at $32,000 in revenue that's generated with expenses out. But he came in at the end of July, and it takes a while to get someone trained and get him up and running. And so with the addition of the Sweet Tea Half Marathon, everything that we're looking at for next year, adding as well, he should more than be able to recoup 100% of his salary. So that is included in the request and the recommended that's there. As far as my capital, or I'm sorry, as far as my department expenses go, I am different than most departments in the sense that we generate revenue. So to generate revenue, especially with independent contractors, it's a 70-30 split. So as our revenue goes up, our expenses go up. But if we cut our expenses, then it eliminates the opportunity to make those revenues. So when you see the Rollins Evers Community Center increase, that's actually a good thing because that's allowing our revenue to increase as well. As you guys have heard me say several times now, our leagues are growing 28-30%. There's nobody else in the Tri-County area that's growing at that percentage that I'm aware of. But as we get 100 more kids that register, that's 100 more uniforms, that's more refs, that's all of those expenses that come along with those things. So primarily what you'll see in here where you see increases, those are tied to revenue items. So they work together. As one goes up, the other one should as well. I don't intend to go line by line, but if anybody has any questions about, we went through very carefully, we looked at the 3-year averages of things, we looked at expenses. Unfortunately, the cost of chemicals, of fertilizer, pines, or all these things that we buy routinely every month. We're paying more for those things. So to be able to cut certain lines, but to be able to maintain the standards that we are used to, is just unrealistic for those things. Thank you.
Questions? Mary, you gonna step out a little bit? Okay. Does anybody need another break or? We are way ahead.
Y'all want to take another little break? Sure.
By the way, Chief, I noted the pinwheel for the month. Well done, sir.
Yes.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. All right, I think we're ready to get started again. Mayor Waring had to step out for just a few minutes to attend another event. He'll be back shortly. So, Mr. Jackson, if you're okay, are we ready
I
to
am.
get started? Okay. Next up, we have, Streets Department.
Okay, so salary and wages, I guess what everybody else went up to 8%. I mean, I would like to echo everything that I think most of the people in this room have been saying about increases in pay. 8% is definitely a good start. Starting people at 1468. We should at least be at 15 or above. I know that's been brought up multiple times here, so I'm not going to beat that to death. I think everybody has a good understanding of that. As far as what's changed here, I decreased my overtime to try to help out as much as possible. And every other line item has pretty much stayed the same. It's been a few changes, but not anything significant. So does anybody have any questions about it? All right.
Okay, thank you. I guess first thing I want to say is I'm not asking for any more people or, I'm still one short. I've been for the last 2 years. I think every department in here, every position, every department has significant value. You know, the town has a multiple, they try to please the residents, and I think every position here, whether it be low or high, has value. I guess what needs to be determined is the value of the profession or positional trade. For those, like I said, Rhonda said, the second biggest asset the town has is equipment. So, I mean, that's what we take care of, is the equipment. You know, I have to compete with the private industry, which is $30+ an hour. You know, and like Mr. McIntosh says, he says that, you know, of course, the benefits of the insurance package is coming off of that. But when you're 25, 30 years old, you're not worried about that how much you are now. So, I guess as Doug said, you know, he's looking for mid-level experienced personnel. You don't want to train somebody. You know, it doesn't do any good. I've been told that to hire somebody young, new. And time you train them and get them up, they'll leave you, they'll make more money. So like me and Ryan were talking, I said, you know, it's great. Fire department does an excellent job, police department does an excellent job, but what good is it if they can't get to a fire or they can't get to a call? You know, Ryan, you know, he just laid a large piping in my neighborhood. And I just asked him, I said, you can't dig it by hand, could you do it? No, he had to use an excavator. So again, we're back to an equipment thing, and everybody's position in trade is has a value to it, but most of us in here, probably less than a handful, work on their own cars. Y'all take it to a mechanic or y'all take it to a dealership. Dealership can run in between $140 and $165 an hour. And that's just for cars and light trucks. That don't include for heavy stuff. So you do the math on that. I'll give a real example. I did a four-wheel drive brake job on a Cadillac last night. Took me less than 2 hours. The average cost to do a brake job on cars, according to Google here in this area, is $250 to $400 per axle. So it's $500 to $800. You know, it cost me $140 in parts. Which we have the same concept. You're not paying your mechanics $30+ an hour at the shop. And when you do, we're getting the parts for base price. You're not paying the dealership. You're saving the money that dealership doing it yourself.
Y'all have a great maintenance shop, got a good crew. But, like I says, you know, when they get experience and get enough, I've got a young lady, that changes out engines, working in the dealership. She did 3 of Doug's cars in 3 weeks. And one was sent to Hoover under warranty. It took them 2 months to change it out. So, I mean, to a point, you know, downtime has significant value. We try to get everything out as quick as possible. So that being said, we don't generate revenue, but we save money. So, you know, I can't be like Amy said, you know, she's got a guy that what he does, he actually probably make more than what his job is worth. We're not that way. We're the actually the other side of that sword. So, see here. Like I said, that's my pitch for my guys and for our profession. And, like I says, you know, to my knowledge, 41 years I've been there, you know, we never been sued for equipment failure, hitting somebody. You know, I got police cars and fire trucks, you know, it's either 0 to 100 miles an hour. There's no middle range for it. So, that's all I got saying. As far as my operating budget goes, the increase, of course, is going to be the 8%. Plus the insurance cost, whatever goes up for insurance. Actual operating, I went down $4,800. Got cut out of mine. So, you know, we're trying to do the best what we got. And, that's all I got. Any questions?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Does your, request on the salaries and wages help you where you need to pay your professionals?
Not to compete with private, no, sir, it doesn't. I mean, it helps, it really does help. But I mean, I can, like I said, we have some like warranty work, Brent Blanchard, somebody will come in and do a warranty work on one of the Caterpillars or something like that. And I'll try to coerce the technician, hey, come over and see us. What you paying? When you tell him what you're paying, he just shakes his head, I can't do that. He gets paid enough money over what we pay to cover the benefits that he's paying for more, you know, them. So maybe it's ours, but you get them to come over, they gotta have some more. So, I mean, most of them run, these guys run these, they run somewhere in there probably mid-20s to mid-30s. And these are the guys everybody's looking for, you know? So, but it's not enough to get them to come over, no, sir. They think about it when I offer them the time that we work and the way I benefit off this, I try to get the guys on a road crew because they don't be on the road. They're on the road till 8 o'clock at night, and they may be Blanchard may send them out, or Linder may send them out that morning. He won't get home at 6, 7, 8 o'clock that night. Of course, he's making overtime once he passes that. Once they get to a point though, yeah, they get tired of, you know, getting home every night, especially if they got families. And that's why I try to pick on and, you know, look at you, you're home, you're here. So, but that's.
I recognize the value of having, your shop internal serving our fire, police department, all the streets. It's a huge value. How do we quantify it so that you can recognize as a body, we can recognize the savings that you're providing. You have a log of all the activities that you do.
Yes, I mean, job return, I mean, mechanic out, yes, sir, I do.
And if you could put that and compare it to what it would cost and the time, approximate time it would take in the private sector, maybe
Well, like
that
I
could
did
help
on-
us understand the real value, like.
Well, like, we had
quantify it.
another meeting before, earlier this year, like I said, you know, one of the Dodge Chargers, if it needs cam and lifters. I had called Hoover and said, give me a price, and they wanted between $4,700 and $5,200. There was 2 different cars to do the job. And it cost Doug's department or us, now this don't include labor, we spent $1,100 in parts and had it out. So, you know, we saved him on 2 cars about $8 grand. So, but again, it took a little bit longer to change an engine out. So, but we just did 3 engines and the average cost of the engine was $4,000. And if you can get them, If you can't get them, then we have to drop back an extra 2 or 3 days on the cam electric, you gotta pull the car apart a little bit more. You gotta pull the whole front of the car off, and of course, you gotta pull the cam out, and the motor stays in the car. The next one we do, if we do that route, we'll pull the whole engine out, and just do it on stand. I just bought 2 new rotating stands for the motors, so we can pull them out, rotate them, and put them back in, and put it in a little bit quicker. But yeah, I mean, the savings is there. Again, like I said, but those are big jobs. It takes about a week to do one. Time you get it out, switch everything back over and get it back in. And then, of course, you do get some every now and then that you get a limit. You start up and it starts raising. Now you got to do it all over again. That does happen, even though we didn't build the motor. So, that's something I can quantify them as far as the labor costs going from the outside source to keep it in the house. That's just one example. We got a differential, a whole rear ripped out of a loader. We're trying to, and we've been waiting, how long we waiting, like 2 months to get parts for it? Finally got the parts came in, and FedEx lost one box, they can't find it. So now I'm waiting another 2 more weeks for the part to be resent to me again. But that job there, that rear end is probably somewhere around $8,000. And it's not gonna cost them that much. Fixed we probably have about $3,500 into it. I mean, that's some big savings again. This is daily. It's stuff that happens as we go on daily. What parts that y'all don't see, and I should have brought it, but I didn't think it'd go this far. I have a warranty program I started with every parts house in town. And I'll buy a set of brakes for a Charger. I don't pay for them ever again. Every time they wear out, we pull them off, we submit the paperwork. And the brakes can go anywhere from $65 to $170 a pad. Some of the newer Durangos, the pads are $420 for a set of pads. So, that being said, but for most stuff, I buy what they call lifetime warranty on parts, alternators, starters. When they go out, we take it, we keep track of all the paperwork. We drop it off, they give us a brand new one, we put it back on. So all you got is the labor cost. You never paid for a starter or brakes again. Alternator, and I've been doing this since '98. And we roughly run about $17,000 a year, depending on what parts they are and what to go back. So, I mean, that's just one of the programs we got started in there. Of course, we do all the entire changing and stuff like that. We don't do service calls, and I don't have the equipment for that. But that's some examples of what we're seeing that nobody ever sees. Wouldn't have a clue. Questions? Well, I hate talking to people.
All right, thank you, Dan.
You're welcome.
Next, we've got buildings and grounds. Go back to you, Russ.
The buildings and grounds budget, looks like it was reduced by about $50,000 or so. Most of these items we have no control over. We just expenses that come out automatically, like insurance and bonds, street lights, electricity, taxes, utility fees. It's just, those are items that are having to be in this budget. The items we actually control, like maintenance costs and stuff like that, really did not change from last year to this year. So, like I said, the budget was reduced by about $50,000, but not much really to see here. Any questions?
Mr. Cornett,
Yeah.
when we talk about maintenance, what does that entail? Is that to keep a building at its state of readiness perpetually? Or is that what historically we're spending on a building?
That's what historically we're spending, is just any maintenance items, repairs that come up to that building that year. We hope this will cover those costs. I mean, you'll see in the capital later, I've got a request to do some repairs on the town hall building. that have been deferred for several years. But these are just fixing a bathroom or minor things. And anything major, we have to sub out.
So this doesn't include real life cycle costs to maintain the facility.
Yeah,
and State of readiness. I just want to make
right,
sure.
we have, well, some of it, to a degree it does, like one repair that will be coming up. The ladies' bathroom in town hall, it's clogged, the sewer line is clogged. So we're gonna have to take up the plaza, all the pavers in the plaza, and probably replace that line in the near future. That's gonna be a significant amount of cost, and it may be able to come out of the repair and maintenance, but it may not.
Thank you.
Fuel site repairs.
Yep.
And that goes up to, that's a constant.
This covers town hall facility. Like the police and fire have their own maintenance line items in their facilities. I think streets and stormwater may, I'm not sure, but this is mostly the town hall facilities. I know Parks and Rec have their own line items for maintenance repairs for facility maintenance repairs. Any other questions?
Okay, thank you, Russ. I guess Rhonda, now we're going into, are you going to talk about debt service or is that gonna be later? Oh, I'm so sorry. Stormwater. Sorry, Ryan.
To start, I just want to kind of piggyback off of what Amy said about our personnel. Our guys, Mark's got some guys, Amy's got the special projects crew. We got individuals that are doing a lot of specialized types of work around the town, like especially with the special projects team and then the stormwater construction crews. So we're doing work that's comparable to the work that's performed by like Banks Construction or Sanders Brothers with the large projects that we do around town. And so when we ask for the increases in salary, you know, even though we're trying to compete with local municipalities, we're also trying to compete with private sector industry also, which is it's almost unattainable for us to do that. But as long as we can stay competitive with the local counties and other municipalities, then hopefully we can retain those employees here. We did lose some employees over the last year though to Charleston County, the city of Charleston, and these are guys that we paid to get trained and to get commercial driver's license and other things, and you know, then they get offered $6 or $7 more on the hour, and they're going because they're going to get the same benefits. They're not losing anything by going down there. So I think we do have to address those issues. But I'd like to start with the operational expense line item. So if you look down at the totals for the request for this year, I was able to shave some money off of those costs, and then Dan and Rhonda worked their magic, and they were even able to shave some more money off of there. So we were able to lower our predictions for cost this year by about $25,000. You know, after you look at that, then we go back to the request for the salaries and wages, and what I recommended was the 10% increase for everybody across the board. And then they came back at the 8%. So it's about a $10,000 difference between the two right there. But when we met individually, you know, when Russ and I met with Rhonda and Lisa, we were looking at those costs, and I think it's attainable for us. And I think it's probably attainable for the street department and the parks department too, to get those increases in there so that we can be competitive with the other municipalities around town, especially when we're trying to, you know, shave back on the operating costs. But, you know, we want to pass that money along to the people to make it happen. And I think that's the biggest thing. So, you know, if we can get to that 1577 to start, I think that's where we need to be. If Berkeley County and Dorchester County are at 1565, then we need to be at least at that level. I think the Department of Transportation just had a significant increase for the state employees too.
And so these are entry level positions for the, I mean, it's the same work that our guys are doing out there. And so if we can't compete with them, I mean, the guys are just gonna pick up their stuff and go. I mean, it's a no brainer. It doesn't matter if you're young or old. If you can make $6 or $7 an hour, you're gonna go get $6 or $7 an hour for somebody that's making $40,000 to $50,000 a year. So, just want to keep that in consideration. $15 sounds good. $15.77 sounds better. $16.20 sounds like that's where we need to be. So, any questions?
The next slide is just a summary of the income for stormwater. And, you know, by this time of the year, we've kind of collected most of what we're going to collect. And just looking at that is maybe a 2% increase. And I'm not even sure that many of you are aware, but we pay the, county a 5% fee to do our collections. It's not something we're happy about. So I'll just put this bug in your ear that, you know, when we're negotiating things on the county side, just keep that in mind. Maybe we can negotiate that out. So anyway, total expenses, for what we're proposing, from Brian's, spreadsheet, and then a transfer of $300,000 to the general fund. So hopefully we'll net a little bit more than that, but again, I want to be on the conservative side of that. I think, we funded Ryan's back truck out of what we had last year. And this is one of the fees that doesn't necessarily follow the same rules as far as, when it's actually on the tax rolls. Russ's team is able to put in the fees into the county system. So when it's operating, it's improved, that's when the fees go on. You don't have to wait for that December 31st date, to be on the next year's tax roll, for property taxes. So isn't that correct, Russ? So his team's doing a great job of trying to get all those into the fee system of the county, so we don't miss in revenue. I think we were missing revenue in some previous years. Any other questions on that?
Yeah, budget summary next.
Rolling. Okay. All right, next section in your book, this is what everybody's been waiting on, right? These are all the numbers put together. This is all of our expenses on what what you've just seen compiled with the 8% bucket of employee increases. We have a balanced budget. What is in non-departmental is really just the fallout number. It's always good to have a little bit of money there because things happen and you just don't know what might come up. The operating budget, is actually a tad less than last year. Like I say, all the department heads dug deep because they wanted to, make their salaries for their departments competitive. So I definitely have to, I think even keeping it the same is really good. Also want to mention that when we're talking about personnel, we put a 5% increase for health insurance. We'll talk about health insurance later. Hopefully that's enough. We had a significant increase last year. I think we're still on target. You know, sometimes having open positions kind of helps, bridge, where we actually are as far as expenditures. But that is definitely an unknown and a huge assumption and a huge expense. So this is kind of what we look like, as far as personnel, other funds, stormwater and hospitality. We'll kind of go over hospitality later as far as what that includes. That's kind of where we are. We're up roughly like 2 million or so over, last year for 41.4, I believe last year. I think. This is a summary of all the detail that you've just heard. Questions, concerns, anything scares you?
Well, I guess, since we've been talking so much about the minimum, starting salary of $15, we did have everyone up to a minimum of 15. Is that correct? That's how it was budgeted.
We put 8%. We didn't compute the 15 and then the 8%.
And then the 8. okay.
But I can certainly do that. I don't think that cost is more than $30,000 or $40,000 across all the departments.
Mhm.
I kind of computed that back in February when we were looking at it, and I want to think that was like 20 then, but I don't think that's a big number.
Okay.
And I can certainly get that figured in. That may,
I think that's a good step. Make sure we're at the minimum of 15 before you start
before the
Yep.
8%.
any merit or COLA increase.
So, yeah.
I think that's good.
Okay.
We haven't talked about capital expenditures yet.
It's next on the agenda.
That's correct. But just to be clear, this 43 does not include that.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted to understand that. Thank you.
I hope one day we'll get to a point where we can have that as part of this. We're just not there at this point. So we're having to look for alternatives, which we'll definitely will cover.
Questions about the overall budget summary?
For the process.
Yes, we probably have time to go over capital.
Okay, maybe we can go over it generally, and then when we come back from lunch, we'll let each department kind of cover their capital in greater detail, so you kind of have a better understanding of what they would like. Is that all right? Okay, capital requests, you have the spreadsheet in your binder, 'cause I know it's kind of small. We talked to each department. There are a lot more capital needs than really is on this list. And some, I might have made some enemies along the way. We just didn't have enough money that we could find to go around. But we kind of did the best we can. It was a start. So, I feel like it's in your hands. You need to understand what the departments really need, and maybe we can make some adjustments accordingly. Fortunately, we still have a little bit of ARPA funds available. Some of those funds are available because we have transferred as much expense for the new fire station as we can to impact fees, so that's freed up some ARPA money to fund some capital. Looking at impact fees for some equipment, and H-tax. We also have, A-tax, which is local accommodations tax. And just to give a little bit of background, in the previous financial reports, that the way they were structured, they had hospitality and accommodations, local accommodations combined. That, I don't know, that confused me, personally. So I wanted to kind of separate them anyhow, and I thought starting with this budget was a good time to just separate them so you could see what the difference is. So there's local accommodation money that we really haven't been using. Now, you can't just use it for anything, but we need to utilize that funding for what we can. So some of the things that probably qualify for H-tax also qualify for A-tax. And so we have, is that right? And so we have recommended some purchases to come from A-tax and from A-tax fund balance. And I have I kind of have a summary sheet later on in our presentation that we'll talk about of where we are with A-tax, but just want to give you a little background on that. And general fund balance. I mean, we don't have tons of excess, but I think we have some that we need to utilize to fund some of our ordinary expenses. Chief Wright's police cars, we passed on that last year. And, we're gonna get way down in the hole if we don't kind of keep up with some of that. So we have recommended that we do some fund balance, purchases for some capital equipment. So anyway, I just wanted to, so we've got 5 or 6 pieces of fire department equipment that we're looking at. Some of those funded with fund balance, and some with ARPA, and some we push to next fiscal year. I don't know if that works. Richard's gonna certainly give us a little more background on that. The police department and communications, there's certainly some very much needed items there. And then some items that we didn't fund that we probably need to find a way to fund. As far as those, the building, Russ is gonna talk about that. Again, a lot of deferred maintenance. And yes, I get my steps in. If I'm not going to the restroom in town, I'm not building and going to the other building. Engineering, we've got some projects at the state level, and we can talk about those. We don't know the outcome of those as far as what we've requested for funding, but I'll let Russ talk about those. You've heard from Dan on maintenance. He'll kind of give a little summary on some of the equipment that he's requesting. And street, the same thing. I think there's some equipment that needed to be replaced that's not being replaced. I think originally we were looking at the sanitation fund to kind of help with some streets equipment, and we kind of aren't there as far as where the fee structure is for that. Parks and Rec, Amy's got all kind of fun things that she'll get to talk about. She's the only one that has all the fun stuff to talk about. And stormwater, I think Ryan had the big purchase last year, but I'm not sure that the pipeliners actually belong in a capital. They probably belong in operations. But they are certainly a necessary thing and a big item that he needs to operate and to run his department. So, the request total of $9 million, what we've approved thus far is a little over 4 million, and funded in the areas of possibly grants, stormwater ATAX, ARPA, HTAX, impact fees, and our general fund balance. So that's just a quick synopsis on that, and I do want each of the department heads to be able to talk about their needs, because they certainly understand them in a lot more detail than I do.
For me, as an overview, we're not balanced. We're going into our funds. We're digging into savings for operational equipment. And like I said, when we've done it before, that's not how you should run a budget. We should know what we got. I mean, we're in the hole by $5 million.
Well, in the past, what we've done is we plugged in the operational budget using fund balance. And it's been a placeholder, whether it's $1 million, $2 million, $3 million, and to balance it. We haven't done that this year. And in the past, when we did it, with the exception of maybe once, we never actually used any of that money, because revenues exceeded projections by more than the amount that we had put in for spending fund balance. And that happened year after year after year. So that's why in the last 5 years, our fund balance has gone from 11 million to, as of 2022, I think 23 million. So I don't think we're going into the hole at all. I think what we've done is we're spending the money the next year rather than the current year's budget. Instead of plugging fund balance into the operational budget, we're waiting to see how much money we have in surplus and spending it the next year. Spending down 1.8 million out of a $23 million fund balance, when 5 years ago it was half that, is not going into the hole.
And we can put some of that in there and see where, it goes, for sure.
And for example, when we get the audit for this current year, we may well find that spending this 1.8 million from fund balance actually didn't lower the fund balance by 1.8. It may not lower it at all. We could possibly run, it probably won't quite hit 2 million, but I think we'll run a surplus of $1 million. So we're not actually spending down the fund balance 1.8 million. I think it's happened once.
Yeah. And I will say, I know we can get into the fund balance later, but the way that it had to work this year with the lease purchase, there's some extra revenue that fell into fund balance that's being committed. There's roughly $2 million. So 23 is really 21. I mean, it's not a big difference, but,
And I do understand, particularly when we moved our fiscal year, I mean, the fund balance changes from month to month. And where you decide to stop and count, whether it's June or January or April or October, is going to potentially change it by millions of dollars.
oh, yeah.
But you gotta pick a date, and we picked June 30th.
Just to kind of comment on where you were going, what we're essentially doing is instead of having a comprehensive capital funding plan and a capital fund that's separate, we're using our general fund in that way. Is really what we're doing, just to clean up the mess instead of having a plan and having a fund, a capital fund that we could plan from and understand what we're doing, which I think is something we can all talk about so that we understand the plan, we are contributing annually and regularly towards that plan, and it's in a separate fund, so it doesn't look at the fund balance, but it's something that everybody from a department standpoint can start to plan from.
We've absolutely, what you're saying right now, Russ, is the conversation I heard in my very first budget. We need a sinking fund, we need this, we need that, and it's just never happened. But the reality is that we're spending capital on the back end and our fund balance is still going up.
And I think that was my point. We shouldn't wait to the end of the year for a maybe or could be, or we need to put it in the budget. And if we move some capital over to the general fund, budget it so that we can build on it next year. That's what I mean. I mean, to go on hopefuls is not how to run a business.
And when, I've wondered, because I don't know how other capital funds work across municipalities, I'm, new to this, but, in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, let's do that. But then we've got $1 million worth of police cars that we need to fund, plus we need to save too. So, it's kind of a double whammy, as we start that process. So it'll be painful to get there. But I think it's a great idea and probably something that we need to do long term as the town grows and has more capital needs.
As far as showing a transfer of fund balance into our budget, I know we've done that in the past, but I think that has also caused what sometimes looks like it's a very skewed budget. Because if we're planning for $5 million in capital, and then all of a sudden that budget jumps up in that number. So I think this is an attempt to sort of segregate that and separate.
I like that we're able to do it. I mean, when we did it the other way, so not the current mayor, but the one right before the current mayor, very, very critical, saying that we were, balancing a budget through, rating our savings, and tried to explain that it's a placeholder. We're not actually, happened once, we actually had to use some of that money to put there. It just demonstrates that the revenue projections are far from precise. And if in the worst case scenario, you're taking $1 million or $2 million out of fund balance to fund your needs, that's okay for a worst case scenario. But worst case scenario almost never happens.
And that's exactly what this would look like. This would go in our regular budget and we would have a use of fund balance. If there are other expenditures that are important to you guys that we end up approving, they'll be added to that as well.
But can we transfer it to the general fund and have it as part of the budget so that we're not looking at
Yes.
$23 million budget when we're actually spending 30?
So that's what it would look like. It would have a line for capital expenditures for those total expenses. Back one.
I think we did it that way every year, Colin Martin was administrator.
Yeah.
But only one of those years did we actually spend the money in the budget.
And I just like to err on being a little bit cautious, because I don't wanna overspend, and we could have all kinds, we could have a pandemic, who would have thought, we could have a lot of things. But I hope that we're all right, we're still continuing to grow in our area, so, but we would have a line item here in capital expenditures. And then as far as this would go up 45 million. So, and then we would have a use of fund balance as part of the transfers in that actually balance the budget. So yes, that's what it would look like.
And you'd be able to see it very clearly.
Yeah, and I should have put a ordinance format together. I did not.
I just think this makes sense, that this is operations, an operational budget, and we've accumulated more in fund balance than we need, and we have these capital needs, and we're spending down our fund balance separate from the operational budget. I think it's more honest. I supported Captain Martin when he did it the other way and got a tongue lashing a few times from the former mayor for supporting him, but now that neither one of them are here, I think this is the more honest way to do it.
So that's just kind of how we had it set up at this point. And again, we wanted to take the capital just out of what we were looking at on the operational side, so you can kind of see it individually. But we are proposing that we fund some of it out of our general fund balance. Possibly.
I'm kind of coming in late, but I think I understand what you're talking about. If let's just go out and borrow the money to build, to do some of the things that we've been discussing for 3 years. The police department, for example, in the court and in the fire station, we got to borrow the money to do that, right?
Yes, sir.
So we do a bond.
Yes, sir.
We don't have the money in the budget to pay that bond back. But we got this money that Bill keeps referring to as too much. So can't we put that in the budget? Some of that money to pay back this bond? I mean, because it's going to be a good healthy payment.
Well, it kind of,
That $23 million,
well, it depends on how much fund balance you want to use. I personally don't think we have tremendous excess. I think we're healthy. I don't think we have a lot of excess. And I certainly don't think we have too little. And maybe it'll grow. I hope it will grow a little bit, just so we
know we don't have any right now the way with this balanced budget, right? I mean, do we have any money where we can say, when we go back to work next week, and we say, Lisa, she's going to start on, hopefully she's going to start trying to get some people together to tell us what we can do with the police station and the fire in the court. Let's say those two things first. And it's going to, if this plan we're thinking about works out, it'll be the police station, fire station, and the court. And it's going to amount to a certain amount of money. And then she finds out what we've got to borrow, and then you'll know what the payment's going to be. Well, right now, we know we don't have any money to make that payment, right?
Right. No, we don't have any excess to funnel to another project. To do
Right.
that.
But debt services is budget item,
It is a budget item.
right?
And,
So
and that's not an estimate.
it's not an estimate, exactly, exactly.
The only thing in the budget is not an estimate.
So
Is it worth, is it worth us even thinking about getting Lisa to go do this? Or should we just say, well, we ain't got the money, so we can't do these things that we almost gotta do? I mean,
I think that's up to you guys. I mean, if you look at, I don't know, is it $15 million? Figure out what the 20-year payment is and look what does that mean? What does that mean to the town? And then we can decide if you want to go forward. Or maybe it's spend the money on, I mean, that's the topic, way out of my area.
Yeah, I think the first thing we have to do is figure out what is the project and then how much is the project? And then I think we can go back to the drawing board and find out, okay, now how do we pay for it?
Well, the example I would give, and I think this was primarily Councilman Jenkins's idea when he got on council. We had, as part of our annual budget, we had the debt service on the parking garage. And now I don't know how old the parking garage was in 2011, but it was 2012, it was 3, 4, 5 years old. I don't know, more than that. And at some point, we were looking at how much we accumulated in fund balance and how much we were paying interest we were paying on the bond. We found out there wasn't an early prepayment penalty. We just, it made more sense to raid fund balance and pay it off than to service the debt as an annual operating expense. So, I mean, obviously things cost a whole lot more than the last time we built some of that significance.
Yeah, and I do have a slide, later when we talk about some of the other funds that talks about debt service and kind of breaks it down. I would venture to say on the current interest rate environment that we're paying a lot lower on what our debt is than what we can earn in the market. Not that we should be investing a lot, but, that makes common sense to me.
Are we gonna talk more about capital requested?
Yeah, I think what the plan is hopefully we can break for lunch here in a few minutes. And then when we get back, we can give all of the department heads an opportunity to talk about their capital plan.
Is that okay with y'all? Anything else you want to visit or? I know it's a lot of information.
Yeah, you wanna go through the budgeted debt service before we break?
I can. I don't know where that is on the.
That's right there.
Okay, okay. This is the debt service. I wanted you to have a breakdown on this per fund. The general fund, we had the GO bond. It has a principal balance of a little over $5 million. And its annual debt service is $440,000. We have the 2 lease purchase, for each have balance of just over $1 million. This includes the fire truck that we don't have, so we will have a significant payment towards that fire truck by the time it actually arrives, right, Richard? So it has the police vehicles in it as well, which. No, we got those now. We got those now. We got those this year. Yeah. And you know, philosophically, I'm just not sure that lease purchase is what we need to do for police vehicles. For things that have a longer life, 7 to 10 years. Yeah, I get it. But I don't think ordinary annual purchases of capital should be done under a lease purchase. Because all that did is layer what, $400,000, $350 onto our annual operating budget is basically what it did. So anyway, it does include a fire truck, so I can't say it's all there. Hospitality has a balance of $6 million. Its annual is just a little under 600,000. And roads and infrastructure, forgot what was that one. Those were. It has, that was a franchise fee one. It has a little less than 12 million and its annual debt service is 1.2. And that's what we service with the 2%, I think it is 2% franchise fees. So I know these were what they call, I don't know, refunded or probably refinanced. I'm not really familiar with some of that terminology in 2016, unless they were somewhat new. So they were kind of restructured at that point in time, and I'm pretty sure the interest rate was lower. So I can't remember what it is, but we're in a pretty low interest rate environment for that. No, but there's not much over that. One,
I think we looked at it, Rhonda, that was about 1.4 million, we were using 1.2 to pay the bond.
The way was on this guy, we got all earlier,
I don't know, I'll have to look at that and see.
These are entire, in fact, our 5% put up for the bond, or with the debt was one thing. That was, you just, the entire 5% was right, and then get that bond all further.
We could, if we play extra principal, we could do that some. I'm hoping that might go up a little bit. Like I say, Dominions, when they first took over, they did reduce their rates, but I'm sure that, I don't know what their rate structure is.
Just got approved or maybe about to get approved.
Oh, a rate increase, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Or if we had a capital fund, that delta could go into that for projects that are coming up that are prioritized today, like those sidewalk projects and so on.
mhm.
Yeah, one of the two.
I guess to answer your question, Mayor, if we were to have, say, a $15-20 million project, for police, possibly municipal court, maybe an alternative would be to try to pay off our GO debt somehow, and then we would have the capacity to finance something that was that amount of money. But other than that, I don't know of any other.
Yeah, and I don't know what our limit is there. I can't remember. Sorry.
Well, it's 8%, but I think we've got a little bit of room.
Yeah.
But obviously, we have to find out where we get the payment. So-
Right, yeah. So I guess it is a possibility we could,
Mhm.
refinance that balance into new debt.
On the lease purchases that we've got, that I wish we didn't have, but can we pay those off without penalty?
We can, but they're like at 1.3%, and I don't really think we want to do that.
I think it's a lesson learned, particularly when you're talking about cars, police cars.
Structure. Again, but that was maybe, but I don't know what the message was at that time when you're looking at the budget. If that's all the money they had to work with, and you needed a way to fund the capital, then that, that might have been what was done for that particular reason. So maybe not seeing the forest for the trees kind of thing too, but it's part of free money. Oh, borrow.
Yeah.
Right. Right. In a way, we could fund it right then without having other increases in the town. Y'all are good students. We were just moving right along.
I know.
And I think Beth has more chocolate. If you need more chocolate. I know me, I sometimes need to be sweetened up a little bit, so.
All right.
Anything else?
12 o'clock.
Okay, is that lunchtime? All right, we're going back to the capital list and department heads. We'll just kind of go down the list. I believe Chief Waring, I believe you might be first. Not giving you much warning, but anyway. We're doing just by department. So yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Sorry.
All right, we ready? Okay, and I don't know that I'm gonna be going in order of what we have up there. I'm kind of going what's included first. First item on the that is funded for next year is the replacement of an engine. We basically, just to give you an overview of our fleet, we have 11 trucks basically in the fire department, 11 fire trucks. So 8 of those are frontline engines. They're used every day. Then we have 3 reserves, 2 engines and 1 ladder reserve truck. So when one of them goes in the shop with Dan, then we have another one to put them in so they can still respond to calls in their first new district. So this will replace. This is going to take a 2013 truck out of service. It'll drop down in our reserve fleet. In turn, we'll drop a 2008 truck out of our reserve fleet. So that will be recommended for surplus next year. As far as the funding now, and the lead times on fire engines right now are anywhere from 2 to 3 years. So you order a truck right now, you're waiting 2 to 3 years to get it. So what I expressed to Lisa and Rhonda and Dan was, of course, that let's go ahead and get in line now, so we aren't waiting 3 years till the truck is absolutely ready to be replaced, and then we can't get it for another 2 to 3 years after that. So it kind of throws the whole apparatus fleet off replacement plan off kilter by doing that. So and like I said, that was funded there.
What does that cost?
It's over $1 million now for an engine. Oh, I'm sorry.
Get yourself in line with your cost.
Well, and this is more of a question for Rhonda. At least I noticed they've earmarked 370. I would know that we're gonna have to basically, I would think we would have to encumber the whole amount of the truck, because the manufacturers aren't gonna allow me to just say, here's $375,000 for a down payment for an entire amount.
And Ron and
Right.
I did actually talk about it. I know we've got in here that, maybe we do a third over the next 3 years, but we could, since we are recommending fund balance, go ahead and commit, or what's the other word, restrict that amount.
Well, I understand that we could call it committed, restricted, we could do a requisition, but I think this might be what Councilman Jenkins was asking. How much, I mean, you don't pay anybody up front, right? How much do we?
Yeah.
How much would it cost for a year? How much would it cost like this? How much will we actually have
When
to
you
pay?
Yeah, when you place the order, we have to do a requisition. They have to know they've got a solid order.
Right.
How much money does it cost when you do that is what I'm trying to.
We're budgeting 1.1 million now.
No, how much, when I give them the order
Right.
for the $1.1 million fire truck, how much money do I have to give them when I give them the order?
None, just a contract. Yeah, we don't pay anything until the truck comes in. But we're locked in at the 1.1 million, and not 3 years from now, as it goes up about 20% a year, as fire trucks have been doing it the last
So when
5
we-
to 6 years.
so when we see our fund balance, this time next year, this time after that, this time after that, it's gonna be first 375, then it's gonna be 700, it's gonna be $1.1 million. That says permitted, restricted, some.
That was the game plan.
Yeah,
No,
okay.
I was just curious how they get paid.
Right, yeah.
On
They-
delivery is good.
Right, yeah, that's right. They offer a rebate if you pay up front, and we've done that historically on some ladder trucks because they are larger purchases, so the percentage is higher, so it made more, in talking to our previous finance directors, it made more sense to pay up front because of the bigger savings.
Do they make you pay for them before they deliver?
No, sir. No, when they bring it to the station, you give them a check.
So they, where do they run the pump test on?
They do that at the factory with the final inspection.
So when you get it just ready to put in service?
Yes, sir.
Do they equip it and everything too?
All the equipment more or less gets dropped to the station. So when it comes into us, it gets delivered to us, we mount the equipment and whatnot in house.
So is the equipment part of the cost of the truck?
Yes, yes,
So
sir.
you don't have to pay sales tax on the equipment.
Right.
That was a lot of money.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, what we used, we were lucky, we bought a truck. And they wanted me to pay for it at the factory. I had to check,
Right.
but I wouldn't pay for it. And they got a little bit mad, but they didn't want to use fire truck, so I brought it home. The engine blew up on the way home. So we had it pulled home on a record. And they fixed it, still wouldn't pay them. This was going on, John Wells telling me what to do. Didn't pay for it, so then the throw up there and went on it, so John said, let's give it back to him. So we gave it back to him. We had to pay for it. But that's why I was curious, because when we bought those two E1s at the same time, said, well, 17, 18, something. Remember, not E1s, Pierce,
Yeah,
two Pierce trucks,
I think three.
we pay for them when we pick them trucks up, those two Pierce trucks. We had to pay for them at the factory, didn't we?
I believe y'all did, yes.
Yeah.
We can, from Detroit and Tim, and then y'all over there.
Yeah, they made us pay for them, but you gotta be careful paying from at the factory, because then they're yours.
Right.
So you're supposed to come the whole way home. We're not doing that now. No, I don't think so. That's dangerous.
You sure you asked the right question.
But yes, sir, that's where it is as far as the 1.1.
Okay.
We got to order up front, but, and that's why we don't do the upfront payment anymore either. So. The other items that were funded. The administrative vehicles, so these are just our chief bar vehicles, which are, lack of a better words, they are Tahoes and Expeditions, whatever it is, we're able to afford at the time. So one was funded, and that is going to replace, actually, that's going to replace the truck that we lost. We had with the incident management team that we've been the host for since about 2008. Was taken over by the City of Charleston Fire Department recently. We lost a vehicle with that one of our chief officers was driving. So we're replacing the truck, put him in something, so he'll have a car to drive basically. So. And then, of course, SCBA units and those are the air packs that we use. We need to buy every year to replace, to keep our equipment up to date. And the Station 2's kitchen upgrade. So when we built Station 2 back in, I think 2016 or 17, we basically built it with a shoestring budget, so we couldn't afford to put a upgraded kitchen in it. So this allows us to come back to put a commercial style kitchen in it. It helps out tremendously when we, especially when we have a hurricane event or something, we have extra staff at the station. Just allows them more capacity to be able to feed the masses when they're there. So. Those are items that were funded. As far as the ones not funded, the box truck that's up there. What we want to do here is we have some equipment that's stored in trailers that we use to haul to a scene for a collapse rescue type incident. I've shared with council recently that for some reason cars have decided to start running into buildings in town. So quite a bit here lately. So those calls require us to have I guess, I don't know if there's magnets in the buildings that are building now or what, but so anyway, we're responding to these incidents more and more. So, and I think as our population grows, we'll continue to see this. Unfortunately, I working and coming up through the City of Charleston in those days. When I first started there, these type of incidents were pretty rare. They became more and more prevalent as the population grew, and I think that's what we're seeing here in Somerville now. Because I'm seeing calls now that happened in Somerville that happened 20 years ago in Charleston. So it's kind of how that trend comes. More people, the more opportunity there is for somebody to make a mistake. So, but anyway, this truck, what we wanted to do with it is outfit it with the equipment that we have in the trailer. It's sake of convenience, getting the equipment to the call. We don't have to go find a pickup truck to hook up to the pull behind trailer to get to the scene. So that's what we're trying to do with that box truck. And, if you just kind of picture a rider truck that's red, and has a radio in it and some light packages. So that's what we're looking for there. If there's a way we can fund that ahead of time, that would be great, but I understand now that, things are tight and, we're trying to do something with salaries. Of course, that was a priority this year as well, so. The rescue equipment is, of course, that's like a bulk purchase, a one-time purchase of some additional rescue equipment to go along with the box truck. That'll just get us up in a better shape to handle these type of incidents. Yeah, that's it for us.
3-year back to that $68,000 buy.
Yes, six was their box.
Jeez.
Yeah,
I'd have bought a truck over them, that's not cheap.
yeah, I know. We try to buy, we need to buy 6 every year. And we need to buy at least 6 every year to keep our inventory up. To have those.
I think this is another one of those items that may be better suited for operational. So we may try to make that adjustment at some point as we can.
Yeah, we talked about that too. We discussed that. It was more of an accounting opinion at the time, why this is as a capital request and not an operating budget. So it's almost, it's a capital expense, but it's an annual capital expense, so.
That was the reason to keep property.
Any other questions?
On the hospital.
So,
So communications, which is dispatch, I just want to remind everybody, communications falls underneath the police department, but it is a police and fire function. So when we ask for things, we're asking for both police and fire. What kind of got cloudy, if you will, was when John became the chief 7 years ago. We did a major upgrade. Rob Christie had gotten us a grant for portable radios for police and fire. And so we bought them all at one time and for police and fire. What happened was the right hand wasn't talking to the left hand, and Chief Waring goes to John and says, "Hey, when are we going to start doing upgrades?" This is about 2 years into it. And he said, "Well, we've already been doing that." So when that happened, police department started doing their radios on their own. Fire started doing their radios on their own, and we're not matched up now. So what I wanted to do, and I talked to Richard and we agreed to it, was Sean Gibbons, who heads their IT for police and fire, public safety. He's in what would be a director's position when we can get that position approved. But he oversees all the infrastructure for the police department. He has one person who works for him who handles work tickets. So we are now ordering police radios through communications, not from police and fire, police and fire radios. So all our radios have to be upgraded now. They're end of life. So they're not making the radios that we have anymore. So what needs to happen is we need to replace them as they break. We don't know how much longer the pieces are going to be available for them. So our radios are pretty expensive. His radio is a little more expensive because they glow in the dark and they're waterproof and everything else. So I'm just going to go over a few things with everybody here. First of all, for communications, on there it says firewall replacement. We asked $37,000 for it, and obviously it was left off, but we have no choice but to upgrade the firewall. The firewall we have, the licensing is over, it's gone. So we have to have a firewall for our dispatch center, and that's a tune of $37,000. Body worn cameras, it says $158,000. It says grant next to it. The grant did not pay for all of it. It only paid $54,000 of it. So we have to encumber the remaining of that into the budget. So even though that's all underneath communications, it's actually police related, and just deduct $53,000 or $54,000 away from that. The reason we haven't got new body cameras, we're coming to end of life on our body worn cameras. We were the first agency in South Carolina to fully implement body worn cameras. So we are moving over to a newer version of it. And we're also moving to a cloud share service, which means right now, all of the data, all the video data that's collected, that's all stored in mainframe servers at the police department. Well, if we have a disaster, a hurricane, a leak from a rainstorm, which we have leaking in our building, and we have a tendency to possibly lose all that. So we go to cloud share, we pay for the cloud, all the in-car and the body worn camera footage will be uploaded to that area. So we have to do that. Obviously, Fusus. So we asked for Fusus last year. We had a grant for it. We lost the grant. It was a grant for about 14 or 13 or 16,000. We lost the grant because we couldn't fund it last year. But we are asking for it again. Obviously, it's $100,000 a year for 3 years. So $100,000 is actually $300,000. And what that is the real-time crime and activity for police and fire to tap into the camera systems in different buildings and businesses around town, and also to have cameras at apartment complexes. So if there is a fire call or a call that happens in an area, they call 911, automatically pulls up the cameras in real time for our dispatch center and also for police officers and firefighters that are responding in their trucks and cars. So that's $100,000. We weren't able to put that into the budget, but I hope you all would reconsider that. City of Charleston and North Charleston Police Department, we were talking to this company before either one of them were, and they just stood up this same software and program for their 2 cities. So we'd be able to marry with them, and they'd be able to marry with us with all of our cameras and all their cameras as well. Portable radios, 351,000. Obviously, that's part of the radios that we were talking about for police and fire. And for the breakdown on that, y'all were able to fund us radios that started out 14 police radios and 8 fire radios to the tune of $150,000 in July. And so we did that out of ARPA funds. And the remaining is just going to be incremental for the next few years to be able to buy all the radios we need for police and fire department. Give me a second here. All right, the in-car cameras, I did not see on there. And the in-car cameras, we're looking at $123,948 that were not on there. But we have to, now that we have this cloud system and the in-car cameras, they're not making that in-car system anymore. They've now moved up, like I was telling you all, the charging plugs at Apple, they changed them, so you have to buy them. Just like tasers, while we're having to replace our tasers as well. So the in-car cameras need to be added. That's not even going to give us everything we need, but $123,948. And then we have something that's second, $123,948.80. And then something else that's not on there is EasyNet, which is a subscription that's reimbursable 80% through 911 funds. $94,058. And what that is, if you remember back in July, you all signed an MOU, or allowed us to sign an MOU. So when our dispatch center goes down in the case of an emergency, it has redundancy with us where it all goes to Charleston County Consolidated Dispatch. So all of our 911 calls will go there, or they'll pick Berkeley, or even down as far as down as Beaufort County, because we all have the same systems. And the same works for them. If their 911 center goes down, that the interoperability function automatically kicks into gear, and Somerville Police and Fire 911 will start handling 911 calls for them. So if there's a natural disaster, or we had a day this past year where we lost all our radios for a day and everything went to Charleston County Consolidated Dispatch. So that just makes it so seamlessly, you won't know something else is awry if you're a citizen calling in on 911. And again, that's 80% reimbursable. And that is $94,058. We pay that, and then we get 80% reimbursed for that. So, because we are a piece out. Yes. That is, yes, I believe it is. The annual, it's a yearly subscription. Yes, ma'am.
Every year.
It should, and I think, is this the first time this is coming up, or is it?
No, sir, no, ma'am. I sent it to Dan.
I mean, have we been paying for it before?
Yes, ma'am.
We have.
Well, yes, we have. This is the first time we're paying for this iteration of it. So this was, when we signed this back in July, now payment is due.
So again, I think it's funded operationally, or at least partially. If the price has gone up, we may have to adjust, but it sounds to me like we may be. It's not an operational budget, but I think this is an operational item. But if we've already been paying for it, it's got to be in there somewhere. Yeah. Okay.
All right, so any question about, yes, ma'am. Anything else through communication? Okay. I just want to give a little history of our vehicles. Obviously, I appreciated the 5 vehicles you guys funded out of H-Tax for the 5 hospitality officers positions here in July. That helps us out a little bit. So just kind of give you an idea about our fleet, and I appreciate that being moving forward. It says 20 Dodge Durangos, but they're actually Chevrolet Tahoes. But Chevrolet Tahoe has not come out with their pricing yet. We bought 5 Chevrolet Tahoes this last go round, which we've never done before, but they were almost 10 grand cheaper than the new Durango cost. So Durango went up. We started buying them in 2017 or $24,000. They're now $48,000 on state contract. So I was able to get Chevrolet Tahoes at $37,995 each. So that pricing is a no-brainer. It's a bigger vehicle, bigger motor, and according to Dan, better maintenance cost than the Dodges. So if we could save money on the life of the car with maintenance costs, we're going to go with Chevrolet Tahoes. Plus, they just look badass. So, I don't know. So, but we're not trying to fleece the taxpayers' dollars. So, give you an idea of our fleet. We have 185 vehicles that are motorized. I want you to take that and like kind of compartmentalize that. The town of Somerville Police Department has 185 vehicles that are motorized. That does not include our assets that are trailers that includes all our vehicles. We had 5 vehicles get totaled last year. We were able to replace 5 cars. We agreed to buy the Sprinter van for the SWAT team. But we had some extra cars that were older, and thanks to Dan and his team, as he explained earlier, they've replaced motors and camshafts and different things in the vehicle to help us make it by. I fully expect the number of us selling vehicles to go back up. We haven't been able to sell vehicles for a couple of years. We did gift a couple of vehicles away, which I appreciate that, allowing that. I've got a local municipality here, and I think Berkeley County, who wants to buy one of our vehicles, but we're going to start deadlining vehicles when we start getting vehicles in. So that'll help us out. Okay. Out of our vehicles, we have over 11 million miles on our cars right now. The ones that are on the road are 11 million miles. And the average age of the car is a 2016. So they're 7 years old, our fleet. So, obviously we're supposed to be keeping up at about 20% every year, but I just want to put that in perspective when it comes time for vehicles, because as they get older, they start to break down, start to have more maintenance costs and whatnot. So the tasers, that's part of the refresh I was telling you all about that we have to go to. And obviously there's no other game in town. So Axon, who makes tasers, are the ones we're going to go with. But I did just want to put some things in perspective to you. I think this will make you feel a bit better. We have not been able to have any asset forfeiture money come in for quite some time. We were able to get a lump sum in from the feds here recently. And I have bought a couple of undercover vehicles out of the drug funds. We have took money we asked for rifles, replacement rifles out of the budget. We had that into the budget request. We took that out. We spent it's gonna be upwards around $70,000 on rifle replacements that the town is not having to pay for. We're buying a drone out of drug fund money. So we talked about during the retreat over with Dorchester County, and SWAT communication devices to replace all the communication comm equipment we have for them. So we are trying to do everything we can on that side of the house, not use taxpayer dollars. So if it meets the criteria threshold, we'll continue to do that. But are there any questions for me?
The taser, if that's an annual expense for tasers, should that be in capital request?
They got about a 5-year shelf life, but
well, it says you're paying $66,000 annually.
Okay, yeah. So that's for the yes, you're correct. That's for like the warranty and the replacement cartridges and whatnot.
Yeah,
So the question is that a capital request, or it seems to me that's in your budget? But I'm not a
I think what he's
CPA.
asking, is this actually the equipment, or is this, because it says subscription?
So the way I understand it, you buy the hardware and you're basically leasing the hardware until it's paid for, and then we're going to turn in our tasers and get some credit back for them, but a balance that we're gonna need is we need to have funding, which includes the warranty on the tasers for a 5-year period, but we'll have to buy a batch this year, a different batch next year. Once they have their end of life, that's when we have to start buying them, and this is the first year of end of life. So as far as a recurring expense, it will be, but with my understanding, once you pay for that set of tasers, then that takes care of those tasers, for their life. So if I'm wrong on that, I'll get back to you, but it's my understanding that's how it works. And there's it's a subscription, so yeah, I guess that's what it would be.
Do the tasers last longer than 5 years?
Once what they did was, yes, they do. They'll last for a long time, but here's what Axon did. They said, we will no longer come to court and testify on your behalf because we are saying that this product is no longer with, yes, sir, yeah. So they get you coming and going that way.
So it is more like a subscription.
Yes.
If you're just paying off the warranty and stuff for 5 years, but you get people to 10.
Right,
That's not a
and then they make you shoot X amount of cartridges to practice with a year that they can only sell. Yeah. So it's a monopoly.
They got us. They got us.
Got everybody.
Thank you.
Building around, this year, again.
$150,000 to do the exterior millwork doors at the town hall. I think this was funded last year, but those funds were diverted to the parking garage to make those repairs, which was a priority at the time. So hopefully we can get this done this year for that amount of money. Next item is we have a 2004 F-150, close to 200,000 miles on it, just trying to get that replaced for the building and grounds technician. It wasn't funded this year, but maybe next year you get funded. I think the note here is a chance for another truck. We'll look into that possibly. Any questions on buildings and grounds? So the columns in front of town hall, on both sides of town hall, just the millwork around the doors on the face of the building is just rotted and in bad shape.
Is that the old town hall?
The old town hall, the existing town hall. Years ago, we replaced all the shutters on the sides with brand new shutters, and that was very expensive. And the idea was to phase that work over years, and it's just been deferred till now. But if you look at the bottoms of the columns, it's rot, there's holes in it, it's in bad shape. So this is just to upgrade and to make those repairs, paint it again. Any more questions on the building? Next is engineering. Basically, engineering takes into account all of our public infrastructure, maintenance and resurfacing and improvements. I look at this budget, and I see everybody's line items and the requested amount and the recommended amount, and there's a big hole in engineering. A big hole in engineering. So I requested about a little over $3 million, and only about 7.5% of that was funded through ARPA funds for the storm debris site. I'm gonna go through this line item by line item. But I just see a priority issue here. It's a low priority to me when it comes to public infrastructure investment and maintenance. This is my opinion. First item, road resurfacing. The town owns about 150 miles of roads. The town owns roads. Most of them are neighborhood streets. And there's about another 150 miles of state roads that we also do work on. To keep a 20-year resurfacing cycle, we need to resurface about 7.5 miles of road per year on town roads. And that comes to about $1.3, $1.4 million per year we need to invest. Unfortunately, we've not been doing that. We've not been investing that much every year, so we're behind and we're gonna continue to stay behind. Unfortunately, we do have CTC, which has helped us in the past, but when we go to CTC, we compete with the city of North Charleston, we compete with Dorchester County, we compete with other smaller municipalities in the county for that money. They only get funded about $3 million a year. We need about 1.5, 1.6 to keep up. They're gonna give the town half their budget every year, so we can't rely on CTC to meet our needs. So that's why I'm requesting 1.5. And one thing about CTC is they're required to spend 30% of their funds on state roads. That's a state mandate. So that only leaves about another $2 million or a little over $2 million for local roads. Again, we're competing with other agencies on it. Luckily, Dorchester County does not pay state roads, so that leaves a lot of money for the town to do state roads in town, and we do. This year, we're doing 5 miles of state roads in town, and we're doing 5 miles of town roads in town. That leaves us 2.5 miles short of where we should be this year. And we're gonna be that much short at least next year without investing into this fund. But that's where we are, we're not there yet.
What do we tend to get out of CTC?
This year, we got $1.667 million. I requested 1.8, a little over $1.8 million.
That includes state.
That includes state, yeah. So about half of it goes to state roads, half of it went to town roads. So that project is out to bid. It'll bid on May 2nd now. May 2nd, in a couple of weeks. We're not gonna have enough, so I'm gonna go back to CTC and ask for that difference. Because at the time when I went, they just didn't have the funds to disperse. So I think they'll have more money in a month or so. But yeah, we're not investing what we should be investing in road services.
Russ, if I may ask, if we don't pave the roads, then we're patching.
Yeah, so we don't pay the roads, it gets more of a burden on the street department to patch them and keep up with patching. It costs more money every year. And eventually it costs stormwater, and it's all related. I look at this budget, only about 4% of this entire capital budget is going to infrastructure in the ground. And that's the 175 stormwater. Everything else is non-infrastructure money.
And a properly maintained road infrastructure is cheaper long-term than one that you have to reconstruct and have a lot of maintenance costs on. So if you do a pavement preservation cycle appropriately, like you were suggesting, in the long run, our taxpayers are saving money. So I just want to throw that out there. I also, these sidewalk projects, I've heard a great deal from folks talking about bicycle courses on the roadway, but sidewalks, safe routes for their kids to walk to school. And I had a constituent yesterday bring up that very fact of, I need a sidewalk on my street. Kids are walking to school and people are going to hit them. They just need to know where they're supposed to be. And we're not coming close to funding them presently.
These 3 sidewalk projects have been designed and permitted and ready to go for the past 2 or 3 years.
They've been longer than that. They were on the drawing board when I got elected mayor.
Well, they were being designed and worked on then, but they're ready to go. They're ready to go. But I think one of my permits has already expired.
So I think here's the situation. One of the reasons why you see the big hole in there. If you look at all of the funding sources that we have, whether it's impact fees, hospitality tax, accommodations tax, those unfortunately won't fund the resurfacing of roads. So that's part of why you see a lot of these other items that are funded is because they're eligible for all of these different funding sources, which unfortunately our road resurfacing isn't. So to fund this, it has to be a general fund expense.
In the past, we have funded the general fund balance in previous years. I know when Mayor Collins was on, he actually started putting general fund balance funds into resurfacing every year, and we did well during those 4 years.
since then, we've been lacking and we're still playing catch up, are gonna continue to play catch up. But that, I mean, these other three sidewalk projects, we funded sidewalk projects with hospitality funds in the past. We are doing a CDBG sidewalk project now. But these three projects, I don't think are eligible for CDBG because they don't apply in the LMI area. I know we requested state, but we're gonna really rely on the state to build our sidewalk for us.
So Russ, basically what you're saying is we've conceived the idea of doing these sidewalks and it's needed, but you don't have the money to get it going, right?
We don't have construction funds, so it's not.
So it could be
we paid the
actually be up
engineer.
2 or 3 years.
They're,
before we get it.
they're shovel ready, they're permitted. Yeah.
And this is something else too about the West Fifth North Highway 78. Isn't some of that to be resurfaced and reconfigured by the Maple Street extension?
Just to the extent of the turn lanes begin, it's not a whole lot, but it's negligible.
Is that just gonna take in that area on Highway 78 where the town had to buy those 2 houses?
Basically, on Highway 78, that's when the approaches, on either approach of Maple Street, is the only work we're doing. We're not going beyond that. I know the county has funds for that portion 78, but that's years down the road.
Thank you, sir.
That's where we are on sidewalk projects. The other item, Iron Gate 88 ramps, we've had several requests to build ADA ramps in the back of Iron Gate 3. Right now, the sidewalk approach a roll curve, and the roll curve is not accessible with a wheelchair. There's one person in there that travels that rolls around that neighborhood and cannot navigate those ramps. Mayor, I think you've had that, talked to that fellow before about the ADA ramps, and I know Kim, you had. So that's why this request is on there.
We can't get any ADA money, Russ.
We actually applied for a grant last year and wasn't selected for it. Next item is storm debris. This is the 30 acres the town has a lease from Somerville CPW out on Stokes Bridge Road. We went to this lease about 2 years ago, and I can pay $1 or $5 a year to step in. But this site is for if we have a large category 3, 4, 5 hurricane or a major ice storm like we've had before, it's going to generate an ungodly amount of vegetated debris and other debris. And right now we've got nowhere to put this stuff. If we have a small storm, we can use our transfer station, the tree department, which we've done before. But if we generate a lot of debris, we don't have anywhere to put this material to process it and dispose of it. But this site was logged last year. I need to put some money into it, take the logs out or chop the logs down to grade and build a road to the middle of a rock road to the middle of it to be able to access it and utilize it. Should we need to get it done utilized? Once we put this money into it, we just have to go out and mow it once, twice a year. And that's really all we do to it. So I'm glad to see this was funded.
This is the property we got from CPW.
Yes, sir.
How'd we end up paying for that, for the day charges?
It's like $5 a year. It's no money. It's a lease, yes, sir.
One more question, Russ. I noticed in this capital request, we're using the American Rescue Plan money on a number of the things that need to be done. How much money is left of the American Rescue Plan, and do we have enough to help us with these sidewalks?
They're run, they're lease question. I don't know.
I don't think there's any left after that.
I think this pretty much takes care of from, just over $1 million.
And I will say for the sidewalk projects in particular, we do have, as it's listed here, a request into the state. Obviously, they've got a lot of infrastructure money in the state right now.
we were asked to provide, our local legislators with a list of, projects. And we did submit the sidewalk project. So, you know, fingers crossed that we're gonna get some money on that. If not, we can always come back and revisit this. But I anticipate we should hear something from them within the next couple of months. So possibly even before we have, second final reading of the budget.
Russ, you said something about one of these sidewalk projects that the permit might have already expired or is close to expiring.
Probably the Lee Street, or, that's the DOT permit, so it's easily renewed.
So I mean, you said they're all shovel ready, I mean, is there a priority between the three as far as you're concerned for whatever reason?
I get more calls on Central Avenue sidewalk. I know you would like to see.
I have been working on Lee Street for 12.
I know. But I get.
And I knew when I asked you the question that you maybe didn't really want to answer.
No, and I'll tell you, there's a story behind it. I get a lot of calls and emails on Central Avenue, this is for 5 years. And I tell them every time, I've requested it, shovel ready, it's not been funded, and I prefer them to y'all. I said, call your council representative and ask them why it's not funded. And I hope they do.
They haven't found me yet.
I'll give you a number.
I guess my next question, it might be for Lisa or maybe for you or someone, is there any idea of which of these three sidewalk projects that the state might more likely fund?
Probably Central.
That's what I was thinking.
Lee Street is a state road, yeah, but it's more of a neighborhood, yeah.
Where on 78 would the sidewalk project be?
78.
West Fifth Street?
West Fifth, South Street, that's in front of,
Okay.
between Sumter and Main Street.
South Street.
Yeah. Something, man, okay.
That was a request that Councilman Bailey made before we left council a couple years ago.
I don't know how you can get a sidewalk on that street.
I do, I mean, the money, I'll build it.
$240,000. See, he's got 250,000 ways to do.
I thought there's perhaps they're across the street in Berlin and the other side of the drive, because I've been working on Rob's Cottage. I said,
South, they're very south out.
Yeah, West Fifth, South Street, that's the. Last item is a traffic study. We all know that Dorchester County just passed a referendum with a whole list of transportation projects that they'll be working on for many years. Berkeley County did the same, so these projects are well needed and we're gonna benefit from them greatly. But we need to look beyond that and start planning now for what's gonna be needed when all those projects are done. And I think this study would identify those projects, and it may identify small projects, like intersection improvements, stuff like that, and that we could do, or the county could do in their interim. So they have funding to do small projects in this referendum. It may identify those projects to help traffic. So we have a town hasn't done a comprehensive traffic study since 2007. So we're about 15 years behind the times on that. But I think now is a good time to do that. Since we know what's coming, we know what's gonna happen in the next 10 to 20 years and identify what's gonna be needed beyond that. Says we can budget out a leftover professional services. I wanna get 25,000 professional services. I'm not sure how that math's gonna work, but there it is. Any questions on any of these items from me?
On the storm debris, I remember the last place you placed a great deal of material is where North Maple Street is.
We were-
Salisbury Farm, that was a mountain.
We were very lucky that year it was available. If it wasn't available, I don't know what we would have done. We probably used up 5-8 acres of site. And that was a minimum storm. That was only category 1 or 2 storm. So it wasn't a windstorm. But we were very fortunate that year to have that area available to us. Anything else? All right, thank you.
Next is Dan.
Okay, the first time I'm calling it's a lift truck. What this truck is, it is a small non-CDL, single cab truck. A lot of y'all see them around town. They're good for short hauls. They're wheel lift trucks, actually getting big trucks up by the wheel, the front wheels and the back wheels. They're good for hauling, pulling, they have to go off-road. I mean, should one of the Mark's tractors or Amy's tractor, we can go off-road with, you know, into the dirt or the grass and pick the front end up and pull it out. On the many snow days we had, we can even put a plow on it and push some roads to have one truck that can actually clear ice off the road if it ever needs to be. The main thing is this thing, it'll fit inside the town garage. A lot of people are, I guess, using permanent parking for their vehicles in the town garage. We moved a few up before. And like I said, you can, this type of truck, you can go in a 90-degree parallel to the vehicle or perpendicular to the vehicle. And you can hook to it, pick it up and take it out. It doesn't require any kind of space in front of it to pull it out of the garage. You do have a rollback, which is 24 feet long. It won't go in there. This one here, it's a short, small truck that will, again, like I said, police department is more for PD and other departments than for me. Anything else, cars or light duty trucks, in a full, quick, easy, fast. We use the rollback. It works in conjunction with the rollback. If the rollback is designed to go up to more heavy equipment like small loaders that he has he runs the roads with, it would be used in conjunction with that to pick up the bucket and put the rollback on the back side of it and pull it up on. Rollback is used to transport. If Doug has a car broke down at the academy, we put a car on the back of the rollback, take it to Columbia, drop it off, pick the one in Columbia and come back. So, and then also rollback is used to pick up medium duty class 4, class 5s, which Ryan has a lot of, Mark has a lot of, and even Amy has some flat steep body trucks, the 450s, 350s, 550s. This here, I don't know if it total 550, it may. Depends how big it is, but the bigger we make this little truck, it won't fit in the garage. But it's designed for short hauls, quick, fast, takeaway, non-CDL truck. Anybody, put anybody in it, and they go snatch and pick up and pull it back to the shop. And that's all on that one. The pusher is a piece of equipment that is used to manipulate or move equipment in and out of the shop. We have to push a police car, or let's say Ryan's 550, he hit one of them brakes. It takes everybody and their brother to push it. And then of course, somebody hurts their back, falls, slips, bumps their head on the back of them. What this thing does, it pushes up to 22,000 pounds. And you just push it behind a vehicle and it takes two people, one to steer and one to operate the pusher. It pushes the vehicle or equipment into the shop and out of the shop. It will manipulate a piece of equipment inside the shop, like a trailer or something. We had to move it, articulate it from one side to the other. And that's what that part's for. Any questions?
I saw that the auto lift truck wasn't funded. How often are we towing and, can you use a service provider?
We
to
can,
help with
yes.
those? But
Yes, we can. I mean,
is the cost of us owning it, I guess, cheaper than how many times we'd have to use a service for it? I'm just wondering what the frequency is.
I know that Doug tows some of his cars, and he can tell you that probably more than I can, how many times one gets towed in. Again, like I said, I'm not beating on Dodge. I mean, they have problems with the motors, but the cooling systems and the cooling fans and stuff on the Dodges, they detonate. They'll take out the radiator, the fan goes out, it dumps all the coolant. You can't drive it, you're done. You were there and they called me when it happened, and we're paying about $75 to $85 a tow. At nighttime, I'm sure it's probably up into about 130. Past that, I mean, that's what we're trying to do. We're just trying to accommodate and help the other departments minimize their maintenance budget the best we can.
Okay, no questions for Dan. Can you do streets?
Is it back on? Yeah. So I have I'm wanting to replace vehicles. Vehicles I have now are 8, 10 years older. And basically all I want to do is just replace what I have. Not looking for anything new. I just got to, I got to have debris trucks. I had them set up on an 8-year rotation. That got skipped last year, so that makes everything even older. I've got a 2003 4-door I need to replace. It's been in the shop off and on now for the past 2 years. I mean, it's just not, I need to get it replaced. Debris trucks, y'all, I'm sure everybody here has seen them up and down the roads. They take a lot of wear and tear, a lot of abuse. We're dropping tree limbs, we're dropping sometimes tree trunks, sometimes stumps, depending on, you know, if it's a storm or whatever the case is, running every day, all the time. They break down a lot. It's been running my budget up. I need to get some of this equipment replaced, basically is what I need done. We just had a loader, I think the motor blew up the other day. Yeah, the motors wore out. One of the loaders, it was a backup loader. It's either, you got no choice but to replace it if I'm gonna continue doing what I'm doing. That's what it amounts to. A couple of weeks ago, we had two loaders down. All the backup loaders were out running. I mean, we were missing neighborhoods. We were missing, you know, several days back to back, different neighborhoods, trying to catch up with 2 loaders on the street. I can't work like that. The department can't function that way. It's just not gonna happen. So, that's what I'm asking for.
It was a while back, one broke down in my yard.
Right. It's gonna happen.
Blue hydraulic.
I think Mr. Campbell's being modest, but he's got, you know, additional neighborhoods and all that he's trying to service. So what he really needs his equipment for is an expansion of the services that we need for the town. The new equipment to service your existing neighborhoods.
Of course. And,
However, it needs to be
What she
said.
said.
I mean, you know, as far as neighborhoods,
Impact, yeah.
Pine Forest is expanded. White Gables is expanded. Guilford Gates, I believe, is expanded. We're having another neighborhood coming off of, the backside of White Gables. I mean, we don't have the equipment.
Doug pointed out earlier, there's 5,000.
Yeah.
Coming online in the next 3 or 4 years. We're gonna add crews to the street department to this.
Yeah, we barely have the crews to keep up with everything that's coming into town. We can get through a first year of a neighborhood, because it's usually not as much debris or bulk. But after the first year, we've got to have a crew or expand that crew and have them run into the next neighborhood. When you have neighborhoods, like I said, was it Limehouse Plantation or Dorchester Road? That's way out of the way for us, honestly. It's not something that backs up back to back to a neighborhood. You can start off small, but you're gonna have to have another crew. And with another crew, you're gonna have new trucks, different new loaders. I would like to continue and get back on track with rotation at least every 8 years for equipment. It was a good thing when we were doing it. It saves money. And with the new, like I said, with neighborhoods expanding, new neighborhoods coming into town, it's gonna happen. We're gonna have to expand, get new equipment, more people, just the way it is. Or we're not gonna be able to keep up. We have a bulk crew that goes out 2 weeks out in a month. That's become full time pretty much. They're picking up all this week, they'll pick up all next week. It's pretty much every day. That was crews that I was sending out to, take care of street signs, thermoplastic, stop bars in neighborhoods. White Gables was one of the neighborhoods that, requested all the lines being remarked, all the stop bars and everything. We haven't had time to get to it. We've gotten some of it, but we still have quite a bit left in there to get. And that's just one of the neighborhoods that have requested that. We're running out of resources. So we're gonna have to add people, we're gonna have to add vehicles. If not this year with people, next year is definitely gonna be, I'm definitely gonna request it next year, for sure, and we're gonna need it next year. So, any questions?
So the three items we have on here look like they're gonna be funded. What's not on here that you need? Maybe I shouldn't ask that.
Was it personnel funded? Was this personnel funded?
No. So it's, what do I need? What can I use this year? I could get by with 2 more employees and another, I could really use another loader because I have a couple backup trucks, but I mean, you're talking trucks that are, 10, 12 years old, 15 years old as well. So even if you give me that this year and next year, I'm going to ask for more equipment, more trucks because I'm going to need them. Is that what you want to know?
Yes, sir. Basically, you have more needs that are than what is presented on this list. I just wanted to make sure.
Oh, yeah.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Again, I think with the focus being on employee salaries, that, and it's kicking the can, it is.
Done that since I've been.
All right, I think, Amy, you're next.
Ryan, I'm gonna try to save you a little time. See how this goes.
Maybe tell us how Ryan goes. Just tell us how happy you are.
Amy, please do us a favor, do not mention pickleball.
I don't think that's on this list. I think they're staying. There may be some other words in here that'll trigger people, but we'll see. The first item on my list is a new vehicle. We are almost through our trucks from 1990s. So, for us, that's huge. So that is simply a replacement. I do have a lot of very old equipment, especially in my vehicles. And I think that's a testament to Dan and his shop. He's able to keep them going for us, but it is time. It's going to save us a lot of money in the long term if we don't have to spend quite so much of his time repairing them and our spending for those repairs. I did give you guys a handout. The next item on the list is the concrete wall repair at Gahagan. This is at the main press box. There's a couple of pictures on there just so you can see the retaining wall around that main press box is failing. It's starting to lean out. It's a cinder block wall. That's the quote. We got one initial quote just to kind of get an idea of how much that would cost us to repair. Based on the Parks and Recreation workshop that we had a couple weeks ago, it seemed like council was very interested in an outdoor pavilion at the Cuthbert community area. That's what I heard at least. That's why those design fees are maybe a little lower than if it were an enclosed building. But the thought was to design that area this year and hopefully fund the construction next year. The gazebo at Azalea, I've also included a picture of that just so you know which gazebo we're talking about. That one, the base is completely rotted, the roof is completely rotted, so we're gonna have to replace those. The zero-turn mowers, those are just replacements for mowers that have reached the end of their life cycle. Huge playground renovation and expansion. This is for the small pocket playground that's down in West Richardson. That playground has a lot of old equipment. Some of it's original, I believe, likely installed around the 1950s as well. So that would be updating that equipment. Park signage, that is something that I'm trying to budget for every year. I don't think those funds, I got those last year. I did have them the year previous. So we have parks
that the town operates, that there's no signage at, that anybody walking up would know that necessarily it was the town of Somerville Park. So we're trying to fix that and make sure that there's appropriate signage for all the parks, update rule signs, for people that are utilizing those public spaces as well. So that's an item that you will likely see for the next few years until we get those caught up. The splash pad at Doty Park, so I'd originally requested, 600,000. That was for the design and construction of a splash pad. What was recommended was 150,000 for the design and engineering services this year, with the thought that it would be constructed in the next year. It is a smaller project overall. I do think that we could likely get both done in 1 year if council wanted to do that rather than stretch it out over 2. The kayak rental station is an idea that I had previously presented to council. I think that's a great use of impact fees, to be able to provide a service. And again, we would be the first ones in. I had met with the regional directors for Parks and Recreation yesterday, and Charleston County mentioned that they were looking at one and sure would like to get one before they did. So be the first one in the area. And those were all the items that I had requested this year.
Amy, just one question. Have we as a body committed to building a splash pad?
No, but I think the intent was, or the thought process is, if you approve the design in this year's budget, then it would be your desire to build a splash. So that's kind of what we're looking for. If you all authorize the funding to get it designed, then the assumption is that you want us to construct it at some point.
Well, and I like the idea of splash pad, but that was all, I'll just point out that was also the assumption of those 3 sidewalk projects that we spent money engineering and permitting and haven't figured out a way to pay them yet. But you know, I think that the splash pad at Doty Park for that price is kind of a no-brainer.
Well, I am certainly in favor of it. We have a lot of kids who come out to Doty Park that really enjoy that. And I think it's something for very young kids. I understand that we're right now doing the design for it, but from what I've heard from the council, and I can't say with consensus, but I don't think anybody was opposed to it. We talked about it.
And this would be,
I hadn't heard it being talked of.
we talked about it, at the workshop.
Yeah.
This, and this is Doty Park, but this would be situated close to the rec center and would be incorporated within, if I understood correctly, the summer programs and that sort of thing at the recreation center. So it would not just be a splash pad in the middle of tennis courts that anybody could just come use at any time.
Well, it would be free and open to the public, so anyone would be able to come and use it. But the thought was to locate it, I mean, that's why I chose Doty Park, because then we could use it for our summer camp. Right there on the corner where the gazebo is, the thought was to take that gazebo out and use that as the splash pad area. And then, you know, in the future, when we redo that playground, we would be able to extend that playground down a little, and basically those two amenities would complement each other, and it would be a great place for families and kids to come.
One of the things also that Rhonda mentioned earlier is when we looked at our accommodations tax, separating the local accommodations and the local hospitality, that there is some accommodations tax fund balance that could potentially be used for the construction of the project. So at least there's something there, a source that we could tap into when we get to that point.
Looking at playgrounds, if I'm not mistaken, we just approved 180,000 for Wassamasaw.
138,000.
38, I got dyslexic apparently. 138 for Wassamasaw through CDBG, and this would have 100,000 for UG. Remind us what, and I know we got funds from other sources. How much was spent on the playground itself at Laurel Street?
In total, it was close to 500,000. We directly contribute to the purchase of the playground equipment. The town put in 150.
Right. Where are we or were we not on, central expansion, Shepherd Park? We,
The retention pond
right,
area. So I'm not sure if you've had a chance to go by there recently. It looks vastly different than it did
Lot
6
better.
months ago. Yeah. I mean, it's one of the prettiest places in Somerville now, if you ask me, but we've got a parking lot we've installed. It's got grass. It looks beautiful. We've installed, one swing there. We've done a lot of planning. It looks like a park.
is there still thoughts of eventually expanding it further by closing Dorn's Way?
If that is something that council wishes to do.
That would free up more, in addition to simply closing the traffic, it would free up more area for park use and parking.
That was the original thought. However, I think at that time, we weren't even talking about putting the parking on the other end. Again, that if we decided, council said we wanted to close that section, I think we would have to sit down, probably meet with the neighbors and look and see what council wanted to do with that space, but it certainly would give it more area to that park.
And if we look at that, the only thing I'd ever have, and I have no problems either way on it. I think from a practicality point of view, I think we've asked and we've gotten no negative feedback from closing Dorn's Way. I believe I would close Dorn's Way with barricades and find out if you get feedback.
We've learned lessons that way before. Let's just put some striping down, and see what happens.
Question, other people's money. I know we now have a nonprofit for our Parks and Rec department. I know it's not necessarily town run, but it's compliment is something like a splash pad is something that could get people excited. Have we thought about using that nonprofit to identify some of our local business partners who may want to pay for it?
Yes,
And get that to the finish line?
absolutely. The board is super excited about this project. They would love to be a part of it. They want to fundraise for it, and they're waiting to hear back from me after this meeting to see if the design fee, because they're ready to start fundraising. Assuming that if the design fees are approved, then there's obviously council support. I think they're ready.
The HDR splash pad.
But yes, we certainly would be looking and exploring.
It's all
other-
other people's money, but.
That's right.
And the great thing about the splash pad too, I mean, obviously, other than it being a wonderful amenity to the community, successful to a lot of kids in the neighborhood, useful for us for summer camps, it would not require any additional staffing from Parks and Recreation to be able to manage that.
Amy, the Cuthbert Community Center, are you gonna get something to design that would take up that entire pad of where the center was existing? Or are you looking at something a little bit larger?
I think I would look for direction from council on what they want to see. And we'll go from there.
And then the next question is there any more space out there? Because we have 2 tennis courts right now, correct? Is there space to put 2 more tennis courts out there?
No, I would, honestly, I would never put 2 tennis courts there to begin with. That ground is wet. It was a swamp. We have problems with the asphalt, the courts there now, because the ground honestly, it's not the best place for them now.
And didn't we just resurface those tennis courts?
We did.
And Amy, did you say that we were, at Azalea Park, Old Cuthbert Center, that not the same, but looking at something more open, such as what the county did
That's the feedback that I heard from council at the workshop. So that's the direction I believe council was interested, or the direction they kind of, the feedback that we received.
What was the income on the old building?
I could not tell you, off the top of my head. I'll have to pull those numbers. Yeah, we were renting it, I think it was 225 or something very nominal for in-town residents, and probably 450 for out-of-town residents. But, and it was rented almost every Friday, Saturday, sometimes Sunday, throughout the year, but.
And to go back to the splash pad, we're considering committing 150 grand for design fees. Were we to do that, I think it would be very helpful to be going back to this board that the reason that we are doing it is with the expectation that funds will be raised to do the building.
I think they definitely would be excited at the opportunity to fundraise, to try to find sponsorships. I think you're gonna get a lot of excitement in the community, a lot of people wanting to support this project. Hopefully they may be able to raise all of it. They may come back and say, hey, we need the town to chip in a little bit. But I think there would be a lot of support and a lot of
I think if
excitement.
the incentive is that it'll get built as fast as you raise the funds. I know there's gonna be a lot of excitement about it, but a lot of the excitement's gonna be about using it.
We could have.
Do my best.
We could have Kim explain to him that just because your Lee Street sidewalk is permitted and engineered doesn't mean.
Yeah.
I think if we're going to spend the money to get the preliminaries done, to me, that's a commitment that we're gonna complete the splash pad. I mean, it would be silly to spend money on a design of something that you have no way of completing in the future. So whether the town raised whatever source of town raised money from, I think we need to get the splash pad done.
The community center to me is kind of like one of them trucks that these people are replacing. They wore out, we replaced it. Got the community center wore out, we ought to replace it. That building's been there for a long time. We ought not be discussing about paying for a little bit of money to design it. We ought to put it in her budget so we get it designed. And the town ought to be looking at replacing it. We wore it out, just like we wore the trash truck. You know, that building's been there all my life until we tore it down. Well, it actually got replaced. We wore it up one time, we rebuilt it during my 50 years with the town. So we rebuilt it again. We didn't go out and raise money and have some kind of thing. If we wore it out, we replaced it. We ought to be looking at replacing it again, because we don't have a meeting place on that side of town. We got a nice place over here at Doty Field for people to have a meeting in. And we ought to put that, separate community center back. I agree with you, Terry, we could have a nice open space on it, I believe we brought that up. But I think the meeting place ought to be a little bit bigger and definitely redesigned on the inside. But, you know, I really think the town ought to rebuild that thing. I'm talking about the citizens of the town, the taxpayers. Because they wore it out. And it got rotten somehow or another. Fill it back with treated lumber. That's what I'm doing anyway. We think that we ought to be out raising money to build back the Cuthbert Community Center. It's like the town hall. I mean, truth of it, if it falls down, it burns down tonight, we're not gonna go out and start raising money to build the town hall back.
I think the fundraising efforts were for the spot.
Yeah.
Oh, Terry said also for the.
No. I was just asking a question about the other. Sorry, didn't mean to confuse. on the two. I like the incentivizing the fundraising for the splash pad. I think that's a great community effort. We got to figure out what we're going. We're going to build Cuthbert, something at Cuthbert.
And whatever we build at Cuthbert Center, we will get some money out of it. Whether it pays for itself or how long it takes to pay for itself. People aren't paying to use the splash pad, they're not paying to use these three sidewalks. But I think that to Aaron's point, I mean, when we pay the design, engineer, permit things, we should have some plan to fund them. Even if the plan is for a private foundation to hit up.
Yeah.
The Knights Company, somebody needs their logo in that splash pad.
I agree, and I was also thinking we could even do a food truck spot by it, or Corona Ice, other things, and allow food trucks to come in and they could give a portion back to the town. They would want to be there in the summer next to that splash pad for sure. So it would be a way to generate a little bit of revenue.
All right, are there any other questions for Amy? All right, Ryan, you want to talk about your pipeliners?
So,
Liners, yeah.
I think it's,
we have some pipes around some different neighborhoods in town. A lot of them are in backyards, and they encompass several hundred feet of privacy fence over the top of the pipes. And, versus destroying everybody's yards and taking down hundreds of feet of fence, we can repair the pipes from inside, using the cured in place pipe liner. We've identified, 3 different areas of Scotts Mill and Pine Forest, and one section is right here in town off of Sumter Street, I think. So we got the pricing on there through Southeast Pipe Survey, which has a indefinite delivery contract with Dorchester County. So all these prices are part of that contract. The price is done per linear foot, and it's determined by the size of the pipe. And so that's 3 areas are earmarked, so we can try to get those projects completed next year.
Okay.
There we go from park to pipeliners.
So is there any feedback that you want us to go back and look at as far as capital requests?
I would just say, I'd like to see us do one of those 3 sidewalk projects, and it makes sense, perhaps, that it's not Central Avenue, even though that's the one closest to the district I represent. I think that not just is the Central Avenue project more expensive, I tend to agree with Mr. Cornett that I think it's a big enough project and it's on state road that for this year anyway, maybe we've got a legitimate shot at getting some state funding for a project of that magnitude on that road. But of the other 2, I'd really like to see us try to, we paid to the engineering, we've got the permit, the shovel ready. I'd like to see us figure out a way to pay for one of those $240,000 sidewalk projects.
And I was gonna say basically the same thing. I think that if we have almost close to $1 million left in the ARPA funds, I think we should go ahead and fund Lee Street and get the traffic study done with that ARPA funds this year. And then we need to look at, as far as engineering goes, for resurfacing and sidewalks, we need to look at something like 3.5 million set aside for those projects every year, because we're just having more and more projects. We're so behind with our sidewalks and our resurfacing. And this is what our community wants. They want to be able to walk, bike, etc. And right now they can't do it. And now they're going to be putting in that homeless shelter on Miles Jamison. And I don't know how these homeless people are going to get there. They're going to be walking in the street, and we're going to have deaths. And we're going to have traffic accidents because they're going to be trying to get to the center, and there's no sidewalk. And we need to come together with county and figure out something with that sidewalks. But we need a separate fund just for these items.
It sounded like, I don't disagree, it sounded like, although obviously what the Cornett would like to 1 point, however many, but it sounded like assuming that we continue to have the same relationship with CDC and the same basic result, that, I know you want more, but it sounds like $600,000 or $700,000 a year would go a long way to maintaining, along with the help of the CDC, to maintaining our road surfaces. So
right now, it costs $100,000.
But I'm also kind of adding to that, and I realize some of it is the state owned roads, but adding to that 1.2, 1.3, but I was.
And that's the maintaining.
This is the maintaining.
That's just.
I'm just talking about resurfacing.
And not additional taking care of the sidewalks.
No, I'm just talking about road resurfacing. Hopefully there won't be any more town roads for new.
I think the church and roads that. That regarded, years that probably changed the ordinance that required particular animal. What was previously been built. Since that was done, every road, we held up very well. I had a union boom. There was no coming to, but I see roads I was sort of 15 years ago, that we have meetings again, to come around again, we sort of, structure wasn't there. But what we're putting on the ground now is lasting longer, more durable. It will help us in the long run, but these will be there. Like that. I think we're going to do a wall one day where everything's going to kind of go. A lot of stuff is built between 2005 and 2007. There's a 4-year law with the economy, and then from 2010 to 2013, there's a wall there too. We're going to see that come next 10, 12 years.
Yeah, I went through Robinwood the other day with Deacon McClellan. I was telling Ryan earlier. And now that we got that back truck, he's making them check those ditches over there are stopped up. And, you know, you'll go by one person's yard and it's beautiful, the pipe's unstopped. And the pipe's clear, then the next yard, the grass is high in this cable. And the ditch is stopped completely up the pipe, so there's no place for the water to go until he gets over that. Sucks that drain out, but then the roads over there are in terrible shape. I mean, some of those roads are like dirt roads. I mean, it's asphalt, but it's just thrown all to pieces. I don't know how long those roads have been. I know they can't be original, because they built those Robinwood not too many years after that. But there's probably several subdivisions like that. You know, the Owl roads, I guess those Owl roads, yeah.
Did I understand, Russ, that you said he correct that with the new ordinance and the new requirements for road resurfacing, that we can anticipate them lasting more than 15 or 20 years?
I think so. One I see in 2006, the board became more time, more pavement, and development over the road. It's fine, so we did it. Done. And the road has been built since then. We're not too well. We're not at this 1 year life, but someone will be.
Like White Gators Drive.
Well, in essence, we need to try to figure out a way to find $1 million to $2 million a year for sidewalks and roads.
Well, I think when we,
I mean, some combination of that, where do we, it may vary annually by what we spend on each. But there's a need to do both.
Well, the
Find a way to fund it.
The resurfacing of roads is mandatory, essentially. The building sidewalks might not be mandatory, but it's what people do want. But if we linking the sidewalks to the splash pad, I think the point is, if we're going to pay for design on something, we need to have a pretty good idea how we're gonna
Okay, well, we'll certainly take another look at those items. Anything else you want us to look at? The other, I'm sorry, back to the sidewalks. The rest of what's there that we'll never get any funding from any, if we sit around to finish up those. I don't know what that amount comes to. If we were to take Lee and the traffic study and take it out of ARPA, but the rest of what's there, I'd like to look at it, just taking that out of the fund balance this year, at least to get those done, and then looking at putting additional money in an account each year.
To make sure I heard you clear, you said the other items?
Yes,
Meaning,
All
yes,
unfunded items.
yes,
from
you're
the
talking
engineering
about
side.
Central Avenue, the road surfacing, West Fifth, Iron Gate, ADA, and storm debris already looks like coming out of ARPA. Well, this road surfacing, it says partial CTC funding, but didn't you say that?
We're gonna get to.
Okay.
I'm asking that, we've got it.
Right. And you're suggesting that come out of fund balance? Yeah. So it, okay.
that's a lot. I would think that we could do something. Maybe I'm an optimist. I think we have a shot at someone funding, helping us at least, if not funding, for example, the Central Avenue sidewalk. It's like I said, it's a big enough project, a visible enough project, in the right place, shovel ready. If we can't get, allegedly the states and the feds have all this infrastructure money, I just think we can get that. Lee Street might not be as, or potentially the one in front of the Squirrel Inn, that might not be as sexy enough of a project for the, somebody else to help pay. It's just, the reason I went to the sidewalks is that we've already invested significant money in them, and just letting permits expire when we do have ARPA funds and, some fund balance funds, I wouldn't rush out and spend $1.5 million on road surfacing out of fund balance, but I would spend half.
So I think, as I mentioned, we should hear something back from the state on these projects here pretty soon, hopefully before we get to second reading of the budget. So I'd like to give the state an opportunity to see if they'll come through for us. As far as the road resurfacing, we do have some road fund money that actually was the money we received back from the state as sort of a reimbursement for Maple Street. But I think we're kind of just holding that until we get through Maple Street Extension, because we just want to ensure that we have some funding in case there's a change order. Once we get through Maple Street Extension, we don't have any change orders or very minor change orders, then I think we do have some money that we could use for road resurfacing.
And just, I guess, try to further distinguish between the two. What Mr. Cornett is telling us is whether you take my number of 6 or 7 or 800,000 or his number of 1.4 or 1.5 on top of the CTC money. He's talking annual. Say if we don't do this, we will fall further behind. And that's not, I mean, that's, in my view, not the best use of fund balance money. I think you've got to do a better job of planning for that. On the other hand, these sidewalk projects, I mean, we either do them or we don't do them, but we've paid to engineer them and they're ready. And, the money that we spent to engineer them is just going away if we don't do them. Then not nearly that kind of cost. To me, that's inappropriate, whether we have ARPA money to do it, or if we took 240, 260 out of fund balance to do a more or less one-time project that we've already invested money in. It just seems like a no-brainer.
this road resurfacing, road resurfacing issue is I think a longer term issue for us to get a handle on. I just hate to see these shovel ready sidewalk projects just sitting there when we've invested money in them.
Let me ask Lisa, let me ask Russ something. Russ, when was the Central Avenue sidewalks conceived? What year was that? Right. And here we are still kicking the can down the road. I think our problem is we are losing something on planning. There'll always be a number of things that we need to address, no matter what department it is. But we've got to make up our minds what we're going to do. And this project has been on the books a long, long time. Was the preliminary studies and all of that done? For the sidewalks? Did we spend any money doing preliminary work for the sidewalks? Yeah, we spent a lot of money. So I don't remember. How much money would you say we spent? Was it $200,000? Yeah, well, that's my point.
On just Central?
Yep. Yeah.
That's why we need to do it. The additional reason we do it, and I do, and you said about 5 years ago, and that might be correct. But I mean, not to hash it all out here, but at one time, previous mayor, we thought we had a pretty good opportunity of getting funding through CHAPS or COG. I mean, we were spending money with a pretty good idea that we could get the construction or a large part of the construction funded, and maybe.
At the time, when we were approved, our fund balance was very high. So as time started to year, that balance was dwindled. The intent was to be fund balance again, when it was there to fund the construction of the project. But the past year, that balance has dwindled, now getting some of that up again. So that was the mindset at the time, to fund balance on the construction of these sidewalks.
What I was gonna say, we, in our ordinances, we require developers to build sidewalks when they develop up there. However, we grant exceptions if they're making no sense to that sidewalk. If it's undeveloped property, usually an already developed property, or treat the doesn't have a sidewalk. However, there is an opportunity where you can do a fee in lieu. It makes no sense for you to build that sidewalk now. You pay a fee in lieu to the town, and then those fees can do a full sidewalk on that particular road. Just a thought that would be changed in our ordinance to help with some reoccurring funding for sidewalk projects. We talked about it when we did the video. I don't think too much of support of it at that time, just because so much was changing, we just didn't want to add another change. But it is a way to get some funding for sidewalks in areas where it may not make sense to just have one little strip of sidewalk at that time. That's a thought. I'd be happy to find some more to look at that if you want.
Some developers now have put the sidewalk in front of his house, so when you get done, the whole subdivision.
Well,
sidewalk.
see that it's covered, but in
Yeah.
certain areas like Central Avenue,
Yeah.
townhomes that are going in front of like Gables, we basically exempted them from having to put that sidewalk in because one, we knew Central maybe might at some point in the near future. And two, there was no other sidewalk along, and most of that is already developed, so it just didn't really make sense to make them put one section of sidewalk in. But if they had an opportunity where we could have made them pay a fee in lieu, then that could have gone to.
And a reminder on Central Avenue, it's been designed in 3 phases. So phase 1 is from near Carolina out to Parsons Road. That's the one that's ready to go. Phase 2 is between Parsons Road and Butternut. That's a 95% design. It's almost ready to go. And phase 3 is just 30% preliminary design, which I don't think we'll ever build phase 3. Can't build phase 1, but.
Right, up to Parsons Road.
Questions we have are for us.
Right.
We're gonna build it or not build it.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, Russ is, he's ready to build it.
Give me money.
Yeah, it's up to us. And the Central Avenue, I hope we have an opportunity to get other funding for that, because it makes a lot of sense. And I think the first part of going to Parsons Road, from my understanding of what may happen to Central Avenue, I don't know that we would want to go beyond Parsons Road until we find out what's going to happen to Central Avenue and where a sidewalk would connect after Parsons Road. But yeah, right. That's why. That's where that's why we chose to stop at Parsons Road. Yeah. Checkerboard.
My suggestion was that we, whether it's through ARPA or fund balance, we do at least one of the 3 sidewalks. And I was thinking of one of the 2 smaller ones, not just because it was less money, but because I do think, I mean, all I hear is that the state and feds have all this infrastructure money laying around and they're looking for shovel-ready projects, and I just think Central Avenue would be appealing to them, but they may prove me wrong.
Why don't we fund out of town funds, Lee and Fifth South, and wait for the state to fund Central, which I think they will. And if Central is not funded, shift that money from Lee and Fifth South to Central, is about the same amount of money.
So I don't want to make Kimmel mad.
But she's a man for 12 years.
You've been mad for 12 years. You're supposed to be mad for 12 more.
Okay, well, I'm hearing what everyone is saying here, and I think we can,
East Street and Fifth South Street, and let's do both of them, get it over with.
all right, we'll get back together and we'll tweak this a little bit.
East Street,
Okay.
Fifth South Street, which is right by my house, I'm gonna be mad.
All right, I think we are ready to
Two ways
move
after the first
into,
year, and I won't be here, so it makes no difference whether I'm mad or not.
all right, Rhonda, are you ready to do other funds? Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
We're talking about trying to find a source for funding that on an annual basis. So, one of the catch-up possibilities, if you don't already have a source, a use for these funds, is when Maple Street extension gets closer, you have some pretty valuable commercial properties. I don't want to open a can of worms, but there's some valuable commercial properties that may result into, in some revenue that we could use for maybe catch-up on possibly. Food for thought. All right, we're going to talk about some of our other funds, hospitality. This fund funds our PIO officer, our special events coordinator, that's the right terminology, and Team 6, I believe. So we've been fortunate enough to have these funds to be able to do that. We are expecting our revenue to approximate $6 million next year. I think we're getting close to that for this year as far as actual goes. So our expenses are roughly $2 million. We're gonna transfer 3.5 million to the general fund. And we have capital purchases earmarked of about 116 on the spreadsheet you saw earlier. We made a few changes to the hospitality tax this year. First of all, we had funded some of the chamber and some of Dream out of hospitality. We moved, or we would like to move those expenditures to state accommodations. Our state accommodations money has increased, and we're required to spend 30% of the state accommodations on tourism related. So it fits there. That's a bucket we need to use for that, and we can freeze up this money for some other things. This is why professional fees, we went down. It didn't go down as much as the payment to those two organizations. We wanted to leave a little bit extra in there for things that may come up. There's a lot of contingency funding in this budget as it is right this minute, because we just don't know what might come up. Other than that, exit 199 interchange, Amy's got a bid out today for that. We'll see what that comes out. I don't know if 100,000 is enough for that. We do have 225 for contingency, and of course we have our debt service, almost $600,000. It comes out of this fund. What else is in there? I think that's about all. So we still have, $400,000 left. Again, $6 million is approximation. I feel like we'll come pretty close to that. So we may have some projects that can fall under that. I wish our sidewalks would. I sort of say that one near Sumter Street might be able to. So we might be able to do that. Any comments?
What is the special events? Why has that number gone up so much?
Oh, I'm glad you asked that, come up. So we combine the existing special events and the fireworks plus the Sweet Tea Marathon expenses into that. And Amy, I don't remember, other special events are, okay. So yeah, so that we just combined those and then added the expenses for the Sweet Tea Marathon.
So you're going to not fund the fireworks, or are you going to include it with special events?
It's included, yes, sir. We just included it in the special events line item.
That's what I thought.
It was 85, plus we added money for the Sweet Tea Marathon.
And we're not planning on giving anything distribution to the organizations?
No, ma'am.
We didn't do that last year or the year before, is it next year?
We have done, well, whatever organizations we do out of ATAC, from the state ATAC.
Right, but from the H tax, we stopped doing it this past budget year. Is that the first-
Spent something out of 22. And that might be for Dream.
135 is
Yeah.
during that year, so it was 2020.
Right, because the distribution to Dream was either for the
That might have been the ice cream.
ice rink or, so that would not be their tourism related activities. That's under professional
Right,
services.
right. That was the ice rink year when y'all looked at Steve like he had lost his mind.
No, that was every year, but we also got half of the money back.
Yes. So I say, we kind of regrouped on this particular fund.
So the last time we actually used H-Tax for just general applications from organizations and trying to figure out how to spend it was actually, I think, in the 2020 budget.
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other questions on that, on HVAC? You don't like this one? local accommodations tax. This is the fund that we have not had any regular expenditures out of this for several years. It has a $2 million fund balance. So, that is one of the reasons that. Let's just, but it has restrictions. That is one of the reasons that Lisa and I thought we could tap into those funds for some of the, expenditures that kind of fit the tourism.
Would sidewalks fall into that?
Some of them will.
But
like-
it would depend on the location of the
Well,
sidewalk.
that's what
And,
she's
and the
talking
one
about there.
project
Fifth Street.
that, Russ has to
The
say,
ADA,
that fall. Probably not.
Makes sense.
Depends on probably not. That's within the
Probably
neighborhood.
not.
Yes, in a neighborhood. Yeah, we could probably do that. So again, I don't know if I'll get it done in May or not, but on the monthly financial report, I really want to separate that. So H tax is in one column and A tax is in another column. So it's not,
I hesitate to ask the question, but
I don't think so.
you don't think so? Is there a time limit on when we have?
I knew you were going.
Okay, we talk about it somewhere else.
Yeah,
Okay,
you can ask that here. I don't think so.
Okay.
There's not for this.
okay,
Yeah.
that was fortunate. Haven't spent it in however many years.
But it really, the way it was presented, it's really not identifiable like that, so I was kind of surprised myself, actually. And even the audit, it's all combined in the audit, so you can't see it.
Well, I'm glad that you saw it
I want to see it.
and separated, because they're different sources and they're different rules, correct?
Yes,
So,
a little bit. I mean, they're very similar,
fine, but we just weren't, just.
but yeah, and you know, and our accommodations, I mean, we have this property, the property across the street is in the town too, is that right?
Mhm.
You know, so our accommodations. Yeah.
I assume that's why the annual amount is jumping way up.
Right, yeah.
And there'll be at least 2 or 3 in downtown next, in the next 3 or 4 years, so.
Right, the bed and breakfast, and I'm not really sure how the Airbnb stuff works, but I'm sure that has an effect on it too. So anyway,
Maybe even one day a hotel on the Hoyer track.
all right. Next. Impact fees, kind of organize this data too, because it gets a little muddled with a lot, 2 different funds as far as residential and commercial. So the top section, when it says beginning balance, is beginning fund balance. And then, it's the activity, during the year. So our total fund balance across all 3, in residential and commercial, beginning of the year was 2.9 million. Now we have spent some of that on Fire Station 6. We, spent some of that on some of the equipment just recently, for Parks and Rec. The vehicles that Mark needs to expand those new neighborhoods, is coming out of municipal, but we will have spent some of that by the time we get there. So right now, our combined fund balance is 2.4 million. Now, obviously, this changes every day. Don, I don't know if you've got any big things that's come in recently, but I know we've got some big things in the works that will generate some funding. So this certainly is a great funding for our new buildings, new things that are happening in town. I know there may be some discussion at some point about Parks and Rec impact fees. I think it's discounted 75–80%. That might be a discussion that y'all have later. But that would, they're only collected on residential properties, Parks and Rec. So, you know, it's great to fund new equipment and things that is needed at Parks and Rec. Be very difficult to fund a really big project because of the size and the dollars. And we have more that will be coming out. And so, you know, I have an ARPA slide, which we'll see in a minute. I've kind of tried to project what we'll have left after we're going to exhaust all of this as much as we can. And if we collect more, I can't overspend it, But if we collect more between now and June, I will use all of that to do Fire Station 6. And then anything else that we can't fund out of impact fees will actually come out of the ARPA fund, like it was originally planned. So the more money we can spend here, less money I have to obligate ARPA for.
On Parks and Rec, it's on residential, but does that also include apartments? Or no? It does? Okay.
Will that pay for the splash pad?
Mhm.
Let's get at it.
But there's only $135,000 left.
So yes, possible, but no.
In the
Theoretically.
future. That's the news I heard today. I just hate to see that loose money hanging around, you know?
All right, anything else on impact fees? Okay, next.
Pretty big place.
American Rescue Plan. Of course, this was 2 years, our consecutive 2 years of revenue that we got. I just wanted to kind of restate everything that we have done through today and project where we're going to be. Of course, we used the almost 2 in a budget for FY 22. We did the vaccine, the premium vaccine incentive, the 225 for the repairs for the LMI communities, weatherization, and the mental health crisis intervention team. We have spent 224 to date, so we have, I wanted to go ahead and reserve the 300 for that particular item that will be done. I can't remember if it was 2 years or 3 years, but on that. So I'm estimating that we'll still need $1.7 million for the fire station. So hoping that'll be a little bit less. We collect some more impact fees. And in our FY 23 budget, we obligated $1.6 million of the ARPA funds for that. To the remaining of $1 million. So Kimma, we had on the capital, we already had roughly 999 of that number obligated. We'll see what we can do on that.
Based on how the fiscal year 2023 actuals are going, this number has not been adjusted, and I know you probably wouldn't give us too much confidence, but do you see that number shrinking?
I feel like we are, we sell something this year, I can't remember. We sell real estate. It happened this year. I'm getting my years mixed up. I think we did, and that's right, that's right. So we may be, yes. So we may be, we may not need all of that. I struggle a little bit with, it's kind of 6 to 1 or half dozen to the other. It's in the budget ordinance, says this is what we're going to use. So I feel like I'm obligated to say we're going to use this. Obviously, if that gives us a return to our fund balance, then it's in the general fund.
Well, and that was gonna be my question, because I think we bought, not just sold the barn and cottage, but we also sold the Kramer's Pharmacy in this budget year.
Yes.
Oh,
So-
and we,
So that's, you know, at one point, almost $2 million, something.
Correct.
well, then we bought Dominion.
1.6 or 7, but the what you're talking about, we, for the what I call them the placeholders of the budget, we had something coming from fund balance in this year's budget, $1 million, nothing from fund balance, just ARPA.
Mhm.
Okay, so yeah,
We did purchase Dominion.
right, so I was mistaken. I thought we had a placeholder for fund balance and ARPA, but it was just ARPA. So if we run a surplus, that's where the money just goes up back in fund balance.
It does.
But do we have to then account for it to the feds? How we spend it?
If I say that, legally, I don't know what I'm bound to as far as the budget ordinance goes. That's what I don't exactly know.
As far as to the fact though, because they did change the law to where we have, a standard allowance, it, you know, and,
We don't have to
right,
report anything.
right, exactly.
But as far as what I understand from the audit firm is that I still have to say if I transfer 1.6 over there, I have to tell them, okay, exactly what expense did you pay with that money? So, and they have to test that. So I picked the biggest expense that we have so that they only have to test a couple items. I mean, easiest way around it to me. But, I do have to tell them, we spend it on insurance or we spend it on something.
If we had a $30 million budget, and we had $1 million coming from ARPA, and we ran a $1 million surplus. See where I'm going with this? I mean, is the money now just accounted for and it just goes to fund balance and it's not ARPA money anymore?
Yeah, you're
Okay.
correct.
All
You're
right.
correct. So that's why I said I can hold it in ARPA or I can just do what we say we were gonna do and then it's fund balance or general fund monies.
Well, maybe you explained this already, but you've got 2 columns for the mental health crisis. Are we doing that twice that we're paying, money into it?
No, that's an ongoing expenditure. So we've already expended, 224 and it's
Oh, okay, so we allocated
a commitment
like
for
5 something.
2 or 3 years. I can't remember. Yeah. I think it was 3 years too. I don't remember. So yeah, so we obligated a certain dollar amount for that 3-year period. I didn't want that to get lost when we run out of things. Anything else fair? Is that all we have? Oh, sanitation fund. All right, Russ is out. Russ is gonna talk about the sanitation fund. You know, we had to bid out the contract, again this year, so we had a significant increase. He's gonna talk about the current fee structure and what he may recommend.
So currently, our sanitation fee paid on an annual tax bill is $145.68. We bid out the Carolina Waste contract or the curbside garbage and recycling contract, which was awarded to Carolina Waste. Their fee went up by approximately a third of the $12. So this fee, current fee, will not cover the cost we expect to get billed for Carolina Waste annually. Also, what other expenditures we have come out of this fee is recycling fee that we paid to Charleston County for using their MRF in Johnson, which is about $138,000 a year. That's 2 items that those are real numbers we have to cover every month annually. The third item is capital for the street department that's buying trash trucks and loaders that pick up yard debris and bulky waste on a monthly and weekly basis. So that's about $286,000 annually we would need to meet that 8-year rotation that Mark referred to earlier. So based on all those numbers, the recommendation is to increase the fee, the annual sanitation fee to $167.74 from $145.68, about a $22 annual increase to cover all these costs.
Still 133,520 out of pocket.
It looks that way, yeah. I mean, we could increase the 167 enough to make that zero out, that 133 zero out. Yes, it'd be more like 173, 174.
I would think that we'd want to even it out.
I don't think we ought to be making money, but I think we ought to be breaking even.
Yeah, at least breaking even.
Half the sidewalk.
The capital for street department, you got 286. Is that
Is that an annual or?
That's an annual recurring cost to replace loaders and, trucks. It just, it designates this fund as a revenue source for that capital versus using general fund balance or other funds.
Russ, is that an estimate or that's an actual price?
That's, well, the capital cost,
Yeah.
that's an estimate. I mean, those costs change.
The street one.
That's a estimate. And those equipment costs change every year.
Or did you get that, Lisa?
About 173 would cover the cost.
Yeah. Yeah, it would, and I would just kind of point out that the current fee all but covers Carolina Waste. Now, this Charleston County Environmental, that's part of recycling pickup. I mean,
That's a part of where we,
it's a part of that service that Carolina Waste
Right.
provides, but we just pay that part.
we pay them directly to Charleston County based on their tonnage they deliver there.
So just to be clear, the real deficit, I mean, a huge part of the deficit of 465, if we don't change it, and much more than the deficit of 133, if we do change it to 167 a year, is that capital for street department, right? That, I haven't really thought about it. I kind of think of what the street department does, the bulk waste stuff. In my mind, I view that separately. I mean, they're obviously related, but I'm surprised that, that even without a fee increase, we're close to covering the new contract with Carolina Waste. Pleasantly surprised.
We're pretty far out.
I'm looking at, we collect currently 2.3 million, correct? 2.303. And we are now paying Carolina Waste 2.344.
45, 60 years.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, you told us it was coming, that the new, that when it came time to bid out pickup, it was gonna cost us. That's including what we paid Charleston County, I got it.
That, I'm sorry, maybe Bill was asking this question, the capital for the street department, is that gonna be something that same amount pretty much every year?
It'll go up as we have annexations, COs, everybody will start paying this fee as they come online every year. So the revenue will go up, but the expenditure will too, on Carolina Waste and the Charleston County side. So that amount will fluctuate, hopefully increase annually.
No, I mean, I'm thinking that's the cost of a vehicle or a couple of vehicles, right?
Also, a couple trucks and a loader.
So we're looking at purchasing a couple of trucks every year.
Yeah, we need to, at least.
Okay.
So it's $8.33 roughly needed to balance out the 133.
Right.
So what is that, up to 170?
Yeah, I think she said 170.
175. 73.
And I guess part of the reason why I look at that capital street department a little differently is we may actually have other sources to pay for that. I don't know of any other source to pay Carolina Waste other than what,
I mean, right now, this year, we're budgeting municipal impact fees to cover his mark's equipment.
yeah.
We've used general fund balance in the past, but what this does is frees up those funds for other purchases, and that equipment comes out of this fund.
I think that's a great idea.
Thank you.
Part of sanitation.
Sanitation, yeah. Solid waste.
Yep.
No. This would, we wouldn't make. So we don't.
Anything else on sanitation?
Thank you, Russ.
So, I apologize. So where did we land?
173 or 5, whatever it is.
We got a vote on it, don't we?
Yeah.
Well, what will happen is if it sounds like this is what you want to do, I mean, when we do the budget ordinance, we establish in the budget ordinance what the solid waste collection fee will be. So if that's the number you're looking for, we can plug that number into the budget ordinance, and then, of course, it will be there for you to do first reading.
Right.
175 sounds good.
It doesn't agree with the size.
I mean, unless you want to make them use that.
I mean, I'm just more likely I'll vote against the budget.
Well, I guess.
Just more likely I'll vote against the budget. I thought we'd done it separately in the past. That we have separate votes to raise the sanitation.
Well, it probably did when we changed the carrier.
Right.
Yeah.
Separately, until about 2 or 3 years ago when we increased sanitation last time. When we increased sanitation last time, that's when we included the capital portion into it. Before, it was just covering the contract cost. So we brought Charleston County online. That we had that expenditure, we included enough to cover the capital costs as well. That was, I don't remember, 2 or 3 years ago.
But going back, when we switched to Waste Pro, there's a name from the past, and then we switched from Waste Pro. I mean, each time we did that.
When we switched from Waste Pro, we adjusted it then.
Right.
And we didn't, I tried to include capital then, you shut it down. At some point, the last 2 or 3 years, we did adjust it to include the capital and the.
So I think we're talking 2 different things here. You're talking about the actual bill that we pay to the company. When I talk about the budget ordinance, the fee that we charge to you on the tax bill, that's what's set in the budget ordinance.
Right.
Maybe I'm wrong, but my recollection was in the past, it may have been as long ago as when we moved to Waste Pro, that we actually had separate votes on raising the sanitation fee separate from the budget, but I'm maybe.
We may have, I don't remember.
We did,
Yeah, we
what we
could-
did, Bill, we were having such a hard time with wasteful.
I remember.
Yeah. We let's bid it out of Carolina Waste, I think, came cheap.
We had to change it because the timing of the budget and when the county needed the fees by didn't line up, so we had to change it mid-year. So we let JJ know when the charge, when the upcoming tax bill. So yeah, it wasn't.
It may not have gone into effect until the
Right.
tax bill.
But it was voted on separately, it was not voted with the budget, you're right.
That was my,
I remember that.
that was my only question. In the past, it's been a separate vote.
Russ, can we bid it out again now?
We just did bid it.
You just bid it?
We bid it and the new contract takes effect August 1st.
So who?
Carolina Waste will continue to be our provider.
Carolina Waste, go bid it?
Yes, sir.
And this amount of, paying Carolina Waste 2.34 million, that's based on the new contract.
The new,
What was the old one? Is it?
so right now, the new contract is like $12.45 per unit per month. And the old one is like, right now, it's $8.67 or something. It's
It's a substantial increase.
substantial increase, yeah. And they told me it's gonna be 33% more.
Well,
They
we
told,
go up onto the customer, have to pay us.
well, that's where our fee comes in.
Yeah, all right, so we're gonna charge them that, and then the homeowner out there, we're gonna charge him more for pickup.
Right.
So, and we knew that, we know that now, we're doing the budget.
And that's still, like Jesse just said, it's still cheaper than hiring a server directly like they do when there's operators in the county.
All right. I think that's all.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay.
Fund balance tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
All right.
Lisa, do you want us to take these?
Job, Beth.